I just concluded a very long streaming session where I modified the source code of OBS, recompiled it, changed how the neural network-based noise reduction plugin works, all because I have a new microphone set up. So I have a main microphone that records my voice, which is what you're hearing right now. I have a secondary microphone that I just added that it's pointed at my keyboard that allows me to have ASMR sections. And the problem is that the two microphones are next to one another, so they both pick up my voice, and there's no way of avoiding that. So how can we make this work? Well, the idea is that when I type on the keyboard, the main microphone has the noise filter remove that noise. So in the end, the main microphone does not pick up, well, it does pick up, but it doesn't output keyboard noise. So it's only the secondary microphone that does that. But then when I speak, how do we make the secondary microphone not pick up my voice? Or rather, well, it will have to pick it up, but how do we make it not output my voice? And so I come up with a ducking setup, and don't worry if you don't know what ducking is, I will explain it plenty of times in the recording. And that was almost the perfect solution. We just needed just a little bit more, just a tiny improvement. And what my idea was, what if we take the RNN noise reduction plugin of OBS, and instead of making filter out noise and keep the voice, somehow, somewhere, we change the sign, change a multiplier to a multiply to a divide or something, and instead we make it remove the voice and keep the noise. And so that's the story. It's a long story. Starts with wrangling C APIs, continues into wrangling CMake build scripts. That part was very painful for me, and I would not have been able to pull it off without Johnny and the help of other people in chat. I ended up pair programming with Johnny Marler. After that, we got to the DST stuff, like all the audio processing stuff, and also the neural network code. And that part was tough, but we had a hero in Twitch chat that helped us out. So in the end, we actually did succeed. So I'm not going to edit the recording. I don't have anybody who can edit the recording for me, so you're getting the full thing. But feel free to scrub through and see if you stumble upon interesting parts. It has been a funny adventure, and people in chat, I think, had fun as well. So maybe you'll enjoy it too. Have a good watch. Hey there, Beaver. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Huh. Was it Pizza You Can Love? It was nice. Yeah, it was indeed nice. Thank you. So, man, I want to try something insane. I really want to try something insane. I'm hearing a lot of keystrokes. I think I need to keep this muted, right? Yeah. No, at this point, I think it's better to do the opposite. Don't listen to this one. And keep this one unmuted. Sorry, people watching. tweaking stuff off camera and might not be obvious what I'm doing, but it's part of the process. Trust the process, maybe. Okay, so here's the idea. Maybe I'll give some context. Okay, I have a microphone, and the microphone I have this second microphone that's pointing at the keyboard, and it's for allowing people to hear me use the keyboard. But the problem is that that microphone is going to pick up also my voice. So there needs to be a system that makes sure that voice gets only caught by this microphone, not by the other microphone. Well, actually catching the voice is unavoidable, but it shouldn't. It needs to be processed out somehow, and that somehow means software. So what I'm doing is I'm doing right now is using a system called ducking. Whenever the main microphone picks up my voice, my main microphone has a noise filter on. So the main microphone does not, like any noise that isn't voice gets processed out. So my microphone only turns on and makes noise when it hears my voice. And by using a ducking system, I can basically have the second microphone turn its volume all the way down to 0 whenever this one is active. The problem is that the system kind of works, but there's like moments where the second microphone will hear something as this microphone here is activating, and as this microphone activates, the second one will, like there's brief moments where it picks up a little bit of my voice. It's not the end of the world, but it is annoying. So the idea is, well, it would be nice if we could put a reverse noise filter on the second microphone so that the second microphone never activates on voice. RNNoise, we integrated that into Tuple recently. Yes, Johnny, that's what I want to do. I want to use RNNoise, but I want to tweak it. I want to make RNNoise have an option to do the inverse, to filter out the voice and become a noise-only filter. It's like I just want the noise. that's the idea. To improve my thing. Weird. No. Oh, wait, I think did you hear what I was describing earlier? Because it makes a lot of sense actually. You didn't hear. Okay, so let me give you a quick recap then. I have a new audio setup. And earlier I was doing a ASMR stream, so check this out. Or rather, like, hear this out. Like, listen. And if I talk, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna type, so you hear the typing, and then I'm gonna speak and listen what happens. Test. Now I'm speaking, but I'm still typing as well. So the idea is I have one microphone that's dedicated to listening to noise from the keyboard. It's like the ASMR microphone. And then I have another microphone pointed at my mouth for recording my voice. I have a ducking setup where when this microphone is active, the other microphone turns its volume all the way down. And it works. It mostly works. Like right now, both microphones are picking up my voice, but you're only hearing me from one microphone, not from the other microphone, kinda. In truth, the other microphone just activates for a little bit, even though it shouldn't, in my opinion, and that is annoying. So there are much better options than RNNoise if it makes a difference to you from an accuracy point of view. I think in my case, RNNoise is plenty good because I'm using it to take voice out, and it doesn't have to be perfect. In fact, the docking approach is good regardless. Like, I want to keep the docking because the docking ensures that the typing noise doesn't overpower my voice. Basically, you only hear me typing. You only hear the typing ASMR if I'm not saying anything. If I'm saying something, you're not getting distracted by, like, I don't need to find a volume where I can keep typing and people can hear me talk, and it's not gonna get, like, the typing noise is not gonna get in the way. So the only problem is that there's a brief moment where the second microphone does pick up the second microphone will pick up my voice. That is completely unavoidable. But there's a brief moment where the second microphone will activate while the first microphone is not yet active, and you will hear my voice being picked up in two places for a very brief amount of time. And that's annoying. There's another thing that could be done, I think, because I think there might be a filter. Oh, you know what? I think it might be the attack. If I lower the attack, if I make the attack slow, let me think about it for a moment. Test. No, attack slow, it's the worst. Because attack is how fast this thing will go down. What about a very fast release? What happens with a very fast release is also bad. So the docking alone is not enough. How about this? Get an optical keyboard, write your own driver for it, and generate audio based off of the key depth info in real time. Well, I mean, I could even just record like a bunch of typing noises and mix them together procedurally. That would probably also work. Like, in the end, it doesn't even have to be precise once you get to, like, it doesn't have to be, how can I say, even connected to reality too much once you go down that path. But in any case, that's basically what I'm trying to do. So I don't know. We'll see. In the meantime, I also want to change another couple settings. Test. Okay. I don't know. We'll see. So what do we want to do? Can't you use RNNoise without OBS? Sorry, there was a discussion here with Soapstone. What's a good way of sharing global variables in Zig? Put them in a file. Put them in a file, and then you import that file, and all your global variables are going to be namespaced inside that file. So you can only access those globals by importing that file. Like, the idea is that you do this in like globals.zig. You just do this. Well, put pubvar, I don't know who. Actually, you don't even have to make them uppercase. You decide what style you want. But it's like who use size equals 5, 45, whatever. And then in I don't know, main.zig, you do const globals equals import. Right? You import globals, and then you can refer to globals from here. And if you make them var, you can modify them. If you make them const, then you cannot modify them, blah, blah, blah. It's very straightforward. Just put them in a file. And that gives you namespacing. It's still a global. This is going to still be a global, but it's namespaced inside this import namespace. Extern, there's no point in extern. Also need to add it to the build zig, correct? No. Unless you want globals to be a separate module, which means that you plan to have different projects refer to the same global module as a dependency, which seems peculiar. It's just a normal file. It's just a normal zig file. Like you know how sometimes you have a second file, but when your project is more than one file, you don't need to add all of them to your build.zig file. You only need to point in your build. You need to point your build.zig file only to the root file, only to the file that contains your main, roughly speaking. So this is just a normal zig file. Just toss it in there, and you're good. No need to do anything else. Okay, so let's grab OBS. And actually, do I even have OBS on this machine? I don't, because obviously this is the machine. This is not the machine that runs OBS normally. But I mean, let's fetch it and compile it. How hard could it be, right? How hard could it be? By the way, after I had like a 6-hour session trying to build Orca, the handmade project with Zig, I'm high now. I'm high on the superpower of messing with C projects. Like normally you don't want to mess with C projects, right? Okay. For everybody in chat except Johnny, you normally don't want to mess with C projects too much, right? Because there's just a bunch of annoying problems packaged in a repository. But I tasted what it feels like to actually surf through all these problems and just get the damn thing to build. And so now I don't want to get off this ride. This thing is gonna have submodules, isn't it? There is no way this doesn't have submodules. Yeah, there is no way. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Cut. Install. The wiki. They sent you straight up to the wiki. Download from the website GitHub releases page. Mount the DMG. Yeah, but what if I want to develop it? Build instructions. Let's go. Okay, god damn it. This is not a good start. CMake. Please presets. Error. Could not load presets. Unrecognized version field. Bro. $319.5. I hate this shit. I hate this shit. Time to wait for Brew to update. Is it downloading a Docker container? Oh, Jesus Christ. I have no idea. I hope not. Okay. We're good. No, we're not actually good. I think I need also Ccache. Oh, that's optional. But you know what? We probably might want to have that stuff. So might as well. Please, why are you updating Redis? Note, Ccache can prevent some software from compiling. Why am I getting an OVM? What the fuck is going on? Bro, free type. No, so, Skarsh, these are not dependencies of Ccache. What's happening is that Ccache depends on something, let's say OpenSSL, of a newer version, or actually of a different version. And so what Brew does is update also everything that depends on SSL in turn. So whenever something forces you to change some very basic library like OpenSSL, then that pulls in a ginormous net of dependencies. This is a design choice, though. This is what Brew decided to do. Brew decided that this was a good approach, but I somewhat disagree. Why am I getting GCC content? Hopefully this track is gonna last long enough. I have a gigabit connection, so it shouldn't be that bad. I don't know why. I don't know if this stuff is humongous or what. Yeah, it's downloading really slowly. I think what I'm getting is the cloud treatment. Like I'm getting the cloud treatment because of course the clouds give you a service. They place it on the most overcrowded possible set of boxes. By the way, like I bet you that these same servers are like Call of Duty servers. They are container servers for the container registry stuff. I bet you half the porn websites of the internet run off of those same exact machines. So, a couple Reddit nodes also stuffed in there in a corner. Yeah, now it's doing a little bit better. Yeah, I don't know. I'll do a speed test after this, but you will see that I have a normal connection. Bro, why is this downloading everything? Like, it's not even sorted alphabetically. Like, oh my god, we are at V. No, it's actually Nettle now. This is now like a welcome to the brew department store. We have every package. Only the newest version. I'm getting, and now I'm getting also FFmpeg. Man, this is so dumb. I don't know. No, what was it? Fast.com. It's like, it's okay. It should go faster than this, but I don't know. Still, even this is okay. Bro. No, it's not Wi-Fi, it's wired. Never mind, I take this back. You're right. It is not wired. My main computer is wired. My development machine is on Wi-Fi. Good point. Yes, it is Wi-Fi. Let me try on my main machine, out of curiosity. This one is wired. It's the one that's running OBS, basically. Yeah, 800. So, as it should. You have a dual setup for streaming? Yes, I do. Which is, it's good in a plethora of ways, but it's particularly good when you're running like a compilation, like when you're running a build that maxes out your development computer completely. At that point, you might have issues with your streaming, and this setup prevents it from happening. You hear an echo, 2 mics running. Yes, there are 2 mics running. You should not be hearing much of an echo though. Can anybody else share their opinion? Or rather, it shouldn't be terrible, but you might hear it briefly at some moments. And yes, that is exactly what I'm trying to solve by building a reverse RNNoise. That's like the goal of this stream, is to make that happen. Is Spring Boot a good framework to learn for some other framework? I would steer away from Java entirely if you can. If you have to stay in Java land, then Spring Boot, I think it's pretty much the standard. So you don't have a choice. If it's Java, it has to be Spring Boot. If you can stay away from Java, then do that. Hey, Skarsh, thank you for the $5 to the Zsoftware Foundation. Let's go. Thank you very much. By the way, donate to the Zsoftware Foundation to make FFmpeg download faster. Oh, man. Hey, Egoist. Yeah, things are going well, thank you very much, except Brew update taking forever. Why is Bork not even attempting to render this emote? I guess I ran it without the proper... I guess I ran Bork without the proper flag. Whoops. We're almost there. Let's go, friend. Man, I hate all of this. I really hate all of this. So another thing that could probably help, I still want to try and so I still want to do this RNN filter thingy, but there might be other things that we could do to fix this. Oh, there's a noise gate. I could also add a noise gate, probably. Meanwhile, we're like rebuilding universe of thingies. Okay. Good question. I don't know. I mean, if we really want to be practical about it, probably not even that much. You know, I read this recently, which really cracked me up. Yeah, this one. I've been employed in tech for years, but I've almost never worked. And like, it's an entire blog post, which is funny because it's about how the vast majority, and by vast majority, it's like the feeling that you get from reading this blog post is like 80 to 90%, which I probably kind of tend to agree with. And then 80 to 90% is of what happens in tech is busy work or just useless work. So my point is like having people whose main work is in any case not create any value, make them less effective, ultimately doesn't change all that things all that much. But it's a bit of a cynical take, but I like the article. I like it. It's kind of funny. So build, no build. Why is my, wait. Yo, okay, my cursor wasn't blinking, and also, isn't it supposed to be a thick boy? What happened? They massacred my boy. Or am I, no, I'm actually going insane, probably. I'm probably imagining things. It's the fact of too much elevator music. So that was funny. Okay, so we got this stuff. Oh shit, this was it. Okay, so we were saying boop, 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 boop. Clone preset, select the macOS preset. So make preset macOS. Open the Xcode project file in the generated build directory. Select OBS Studio Scheme from the Scheme browser. Press Command plus B to build a project or Command plus R to build and run it. Okay. Get inside builder and then call Xcode build. Okay. Hint. Surely there's no way that Xcode is gonna show me some kind of annoying pop-up and thing that breaks the workflow as they expected me to do, or something like that. Right? There's no way. Select the OBS Studio Scheme from the Scheme browser. At the top of the Xcode window. I'm guessing this is it. Yeah, we already have the OBS Studio Scheme selected. So Command B. We're building. Holy shit, we are definitely building. And killing this poor machine. So, like, this is one of those situations where my mouse is lagging. So if had I been streaming from this computer, it would be tough. So in any case, hopefully this builds like a reasonable OBS. And then from there, we can, let me think about it for a moment. From there, we need like to run it like an audio recording. Build succeeded. That's awesome. Hey, Hero Dev, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome. So, I should probably give people an explanation of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do something weird. So I was streaming earlier, then I had dinner and closed the stream to eat dinner and kind of told people, yeah, well, this is it for today, but no, I'm back. So here's the idea. I have in front of me a dual microphone setup. I have my main microphone that captures my voice, but there's a second microphone that captures my keystrokes. So the idea is that I want to this second microphone is meant to give the ASMR aesthetics to this stream. The problem, though, both microphones are gonna capture my voice. So how do we avoid having, my voice heard through two microphones at the same time, which is annoying? Well, the current setup that I have, it's already kind of decent. What happens is that I'm using a ducking setup where when this microphone is active, that pushes the volume of the other microphone all the way down to 0. And this first microphone, it's pretty good at rejecting noise, and it also has a RNNoise filter running on it. So this only activates then pretty much through my voice. That means that it's only going to be my voice that's going to turn off the second microphone. So the noise from the typing from my keyboard is not going to negatively influence the microphone that is supposed to record it. So that's fine. The problem is that this setup kind of works, but there are still there are still moments where, as this microphone is activating, like this microphone has not yet reached a big peak, the keyboard microphone is activating as well, and you hear for a brief moment my voice twice, and that's kind of bad. So, what I'm trying to do is, what if I were to build the OBS filter for noise cancelling, but somewhere flip around an operation, like negate, invert it somehow, and instead I have that filter out the voice. It's a filter that filters out voice. And I run that on the second microphone, so that the second microphone has a filter that actively removes voice from it. Now, is it as simple as flipping around an operation, changing a noise removal filter to a voice removal filter? Maybe, maybe not. So let's find out. So for now, I've been able to update my toolchain with Brew. Took a while. We had like elevator music going on in the background as we waited. I'm building OBS. This is all stuff like the RNNoise thing, like the library. It's not just an OBS thing, but I do want it from OBS. So I'm still going to use OBS. Like I'm not going to try to deal with it in isolation. I want to deal with it within the context of the OBS project. So that's what we're doing. So xcode build dash configuration. I guess I'm gonna do release. I'm gonna do release with debug info. That never hurts. So we were saying change into the generated. Okay. Is this it? Rel with deb info. Yes. And then this. So this should give me a build of OBS. Yeah, OBS is C and or C++ project. C. It's a C project. Never mind. No, it's almost a 50-50, I'd say. C, C++. It's a mix. Although some of these might come from dependencies, so not entirely clear. But I think all the code that we need to look at, it's C code, not C++. I snooped around a little bit in the filters directory, so it shouldn't be too bad. If it was C++, I would be much more worried about this stuff. Like, I don't know if I would be attempting it. Okay, so run this thing, and then we do open UI blah 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 obs.app. Let's go. Open. I already forgot. I was reading it a moment ago and already forgot. UI. Well, with debugging info obs.app. That's it. Okay. Screen recording, camera, microphone, accessibility. You can reopen this dialog via the OBS studio menu. Okay, I don't think I really need to give it anything. I don't need to do this. So here's what I need to do. I need an audio source that has a voice plus some noise in it. So how do we create this amazing thing? I'm doing the global var thing. It's an array of structs, but I'm getting the global variable initializer must be comtime known. Error. I can't seem to be able to make a comtime scope public. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. So Doom. Depending how complicated is the initialization step of your global variables, it might or might not work. So one way you can test this out easily is this. Inside your global.zig file, you have this var. Although, no, you know what? You told me it's an array. Okay. You probably were a little bit imprecise and you did not mean for it to, when you said array, maybe it's not actually an array, but if it is, then you should be good. If it's an actual array. So if it's like, I don't know, people, and it's an array of like 5 people, then you can do this. I think you should be able to do this, or in any case, you should be able to do for people, actually for ampersand people. Or you know what, ... like since it's zig. So you should be able to do this. If you're not, you should be able to do this at least. If that's not what you want, it's more complicated, doesn't work, or more probably, it's not an array, it's a structure. Sorry, it's a slice. So like you don't know how many of these things are going to be. It's kind of, well, it is kind of comtime known since it's global stuff, but it's not immediately easy to resolve all this chain of dependencies. If this doesn't work, here is the ultimate solution on how you make this work. The ultimate solution to make this work is to do the initialization in your main function. So you do this. First of all, this needs to be pub, right? So you create a pub function init. Maybe you know what, just so that people don't think it's like a normal init. You can do init globals, for example. I don't know. You decide what you think is a good naming scheme, and then in here you do the initialization, and then the idea is that in main.zig, or like in your root file where you have your main function, first thing you do in there is, well, you also do this. You know what, since it's already globals, maybe .init is good enough. You do this. So you do it first thing in main. So this is the, this solution is resistant to anything. Whatever initialization you need to do, doing it at the beginning of your program, it's always gonna work. You could, that said, what you're trying to achieve, maybe it is something that you can get away with as a form of static initialization, but it depends really on the complexity. It depends, like if it's a slice, it's more complicated. You can probably, like you can get really far with static initialization, but it really depends on the details of what you're trying to do. Think of this as like a fallback. There's no shame. There's no shame in initializing your globals at program start, in my opinion. Hey there, Teufel. Hello, hello. Okay, so we have OBS. We need, yeah, as we were saying, we need a source of voice and noise. So I guess I'm gonna record this now. So here's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go into my Shure microphone and I'm going to remove noise suppression. No, I keep noise suppression. What I disable is ducking from the second source, maybe? Oh, but now my voice is now you're hearing my voice twice. Let's try. So I'm gonna record the clip and then I'm gonna explain it to you, GW. Test as I type. This is a test as I type. Okay. Compressor back on. You shouldn't be hearing my voice twice. This might not be the best possible test because we're gonna give a weird audio, like a weird voice track with like two voices at once to the noise removal filter. Maybe it knows how to deal with it, maybe it doesn't. We'll see. So get the recording. Okay, so one sec. I need to transfer this stuff. Okay, we got our file. So in OBS, to our scene, we add a media source. So local file, downloads, yes. $2023-924, yeah, this is it. Open. As I type. Okay, let's try again. Let's hear it again. Test as I type. This is a test as I type. Okay. So as you can see, I can go to filters and say, how do we do filters? Add a noise suppression. And I can use RNNoise. Let's see what happens with this on. Test as I type. This is a test as I type. It's good enough. Like as a noise removal, it's not perfect, but it is good enough. So, okay, GW, you were asking the motivation. I have a more complex audio setup at the moment that I want to play with and see if it's viable. And it works like this. I have one microphone, the microphone that I usually have, pointed at my mouth to record my voice. But I also have a second microphone, and the second microphone is pointed at the keyboard, and it's meant to record keystrokes. Now, the problem is that both microphones, while they have a audio source that they capture, one captures better than the other, this microphone rejects a lot from the sides, focuses on my voice. The other microphone is pointed at the keyboard, so it catches the keyboard much better. They will still hear what the other microphone hears. They're literally one next to the other. So the keyboard microphone is capturing my voice right now. And there is no way of avoiding that, which means that we need post-processing. We need software to do that work for us. So the way it works is that this microphone has noise suppression enabled. So when I type on the keyboard, noise suppression, the RNNoise filter, just use one mic. It's not exactly easily possible because that one mic, that one microphone. So I don't want to change this microphone. I want to keep my Shure as this is the microphone that I have. This is the one that I have, and I don't want to change it. And this is a microphone that needs to stay close to your mouth. So this microphone is very good for your mouth, for your voice, but it's not good for your keyboard. And I don't want to change it. And I don't think there is like one microphone that can be equally as good at doing both things at once. So 2 microphones it is. So the way it's working right now is that this microphone has noise suppression. So it doesn't, in software, we turn down keyboard strokes. The other microphone doesn't have this. The other microphone has instead a ducking setup. When this microphone is on, so it's capturing my voice, the second microphone, the volume of the second microphone goes down to 0. And that is nice. In fact, right now, as I speak, you don't really hear me twice much. You hear me twice a little bit, and that's the problem. But once the ducking kicks in, the second microphone goes down to volume 0, and it's perfect, and it's good. And this microphone works. Problem is, as this microphone is activating, in the beginning, as I start speaking, then the second microphone is not ducking yet, and that unfortunately means that it's on and it's making noises. So what basically I would want is to have a reverse noise removal filter on the second microphone. I would like the second microphone to filter out voice. So the idea then is, okay, what if we then somehow somewhere invert whatever RNNoise is doing and make a noise only filter for the second microphone? That would be neat, right? So that's the idea. That's the reasoning then. Okay, so with the filter on, you can see that with the filter on, this isolates my voice a lot better. It's not perfect, but we don't care. Right now, we don't care about this being we really do not care about this being all that good. Like this level of quality is already plenty good. What we care about is now flipping it over. So how do we flip it over? This is the, well, this is Orca. So I guess we can close it. Not save channel, save all, whatever. This is not new window. Open. OBS Studio. Yes, I trust the outdoors. Source CMake, I don't know. Yeah, go fetch CMake, dude. Oh my god, it knows about CMake and all this stuff. Yeah. Okay. So, here's what I know. I know that I think it's under plugins, OBS filters, RNNoise. Here we have RNNoise. And here I think we have a file for the GUI integration. Where is it? Noise gate filter, noise suppress filter. Okay, so I kind of know about these files, but that's where my knowledge ends. I knew where these files were because I looked it up earlier, but that's all I have. So I hope that what I'm trying to do makes sense to everybody here. You could try subtracting filter output voice only from unfiltered input, voice plus noise. Yes, that's kind of the idea. The problem is what subtracting means exactly. There might be details about what exactly it means to subtract a quantity to the other that it's not immediately obvious. So yeah. So first of all, here's how I would like to proceed. I would like to make an actual good job. And instead of like, I could maybe clone the filter, make a second entry, and have like a reverse noise filter. But what I would like to do is have this filter here have an option to toggle this inverse, to toggle its inverse behavior. Like, for example, this one and a bunch of other things in OBS, a bunch of other filter like plugins and things, they can specify their own settings. Like this one specifies suppression level. What I would like is for RNNoise to have like a checkbox that says invert the behavior or not, and use that to basically enrich a little bit the behavior of the main project. So I don't know how hard it is, but I guess a starting point would be, let's look at what Speaks does, right? Because Speaks has a bar, as we were saying, right? Filters, Speaks has suppression level. So let's take a look at all mentions of Speaks in here. Bro? Okay, from the top. Okay, we import speaks preprocess.h, s method speaks, s method RNN. If libspeaks is enabled, speaks preprocess state destroy. If initialization with RNNoise or speaks. Speaks preprocess state init. Actually, let me go back. I'm guessing this preprocess state init also, or something similar happens also with RNN, or not. Yes, RNNoise create. So it's like initialization stuff, but each has their own style. Fine, I guess. Ignore if already allocated. If not, ng use RNNoise, not use NVAFX, not use SPX states 0, return. Okay. 1 speaks RNNoise state for each channel, limit 2. Okay. Process speaks DSP, speaks process preprocess CTL. Oh, there we go. Set args. I somehow suspect though that this is not where the progress, like the thing is defined. I think this is being like used to set things. Adjusting a level to what RNNoise expect, resample if necessary. Huh. Process speaks DSP. Speaks per process CTL. Okay. Let's continue. Oh, look at this. Speaks slider. OBS properties. Add int slider. There we go. There we go. OBS properties add list. So this adds OBS properties add list as method. OBS combo format string. Okay. Surely there's no way I can do this wrong, right? There's no way I can do this wrong. OBS properties, add toggle, add button, add checkbox. Button do color to color alpha. Editable list, float slider, front, frame rate, group, int, list, path. Oh my god, wait. Bool, I think it's bool. Okay, can I see the signature? Name and description. Props, name and description. Oh shit, I have no idea what props is. What the heck is props supposed to be? Int set suffix. No. Maybe we should look at a checkbox of another filter. But this is very basic. Name description. Does it really not want a like add property, add int? Does it really not want anything else? I hope PPTS is the correct thing. We'll see. So name is inverse. Suppress voice. Okay, well, surely this cannot be a problem, right? So like if we now build with, oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to do command B. Surely if we build this now, there's no way this is gonna build failed. What do you mean build failed? Oh, because unused variable. Okay. There. Add list item disable method 2, 3, 4. What? Oh yeah. So if NVIDIA is disabled, then disable, like don't show the entries from NVIDIA. Noise suppress filter. Noise suppress filter V2. What? I guess this is a retrocompatibility for for a very old plugin API. So yeah, we're not using it anywhere. We should probably use it. Why are we not using it? Because yeah, why are we not using it? That is indeed a fair point. Create, destroy, update, filter audio, get defaults, get properties. PPTS properties they'll create. Yeah, let's take a look at those. OBS properties T. Where's OBS properties T? Is the result of OBS properties create? Oh my god. Okay, this is not, I think, useful. You know what? I would just like to see if these things at least render correctly. So here's what I'm gonna do. And then, how do you even discard things in C? Can I just do this? Is this okay? I don't know. Expression result unused. Is there a discard? Man, how are you even supposed to do this stuff? Can I do this? This is still a problem. There you go. This thing is itself. You happy now? There we go. Beaten. I think passing in PPTS is a problem. Might be wrong, but Oh, also can do Command R for also running. I was saying it's taking a while, but it's taking a while because of yeah. Test as a type. This is well, I mean it's working just a little bit too well. So Why is this showing up always and not only showing up when necessary? Because this slider here is not showing up all the time. Go to references. No, you must be joking. Really, there are no other references? Really? So, chat, any suggestions? Anybody here who's like an OBS genius who has some advice? Is that where PTTS comes in? I don't know, maybe? But still, I'm surprised. Like, okay, you know what? I can imagine this becoming... I can imagine this. So if PPTS somehow relates to speaks at all, then I can imagine this being like me, by doing this, adding this checkbox only to speaks. But I added it kind of everywhere. Did I add it also to other thingies? No, okay. Only noise suppression. Oh, I think I understand. Okay, I think I understand. So, no, don't check. So I think I understand. So what happened is that noise suppression is the filter. And I've added a checkbox that is global to the filter. And so it's the same also with suppression level. Also, suppression level is a global slider that belongs to the filter, but there's some extra code somewhere that hides this guy when RNNoise is selected. And I guess I want to do the same with suppress voice. Basically, I want to disable suppress voice when I'm not inside RNNoise. That's what I want to do. So somewhere somebody is doing this. I don't know where, but somewhere somebody is doing this. Get name, create, destroy, update, filter audio, get defaults, get properties. So I guess it's maybe one of these callbacks, because this is all like, this file is only doing like static, I think, initialization mostly. Let me double check. You have speaks preprocess, but circle buff, threading, OBS module.h. This is like the general interface to OBS. Bunch of login stuff. Oh, a bunch of stringies. A bunch of stringies that we do not care about. RNNoise sample rate, RNNoise frame size. Noise suppress data. Speaks preprocessing state. Yeah, this is all very static. Like, it's a bunch of if defs. Search for noise suppress method modified. Let's go. Let's see. Noise suppress method modified. So what happened? Why did it move me away? Okay. Suppress level, nav FX intensity, data get string, string compare. OBS property set visible. There we go. Oh, unused parameter. That's how you discard stuff. Default in as suppress level. So we don't need, I think we don't need any default for the other thing. Suppress properties, OBS properties create. Yeah, that's what I was looking at earlier. If lib VAFX enabled, it creates a noise suppressed data called ng. Okay, otherwise unused parameter data. and here creates the menu and sets this as the callback. Now I suppress method modified, which is what we were looking at before. Okay, let's go back to it. So it's grabbing suppression level from props. Right, so I guess we could do this. Props, and the string is invert. Okay, I grab it, and then they do OBS data get string as method. I don't know. Enable level string compare. Yeah, there we go. Enable intensity. Intensity is enabled if method right, this gets the name of the thing. So property visible p underscore invert RNNoise. This only if this, I don't even remember. String compare gives you 0 if they're equal, right? So we want this. I'm not making it up, right? S method RNN. Yeah, that's what's called. Okay, so this is basically saying it's visible only in that case. Let's double check that it works. Test as I type. God damn it. No. This should be it though. This should really be it. What is the problem? Is that the problem? This is not the same thingy? So where do they define these stupid things? No, it is. They just... Or you know what? Here's an alternative. There we go. Maybe this is gonna work as well. We need to hardcode. Well, we need to remove the hard-coded stuff in here also. Oh, come on. Can you not? Like, can you please suggest? I think this is it, right? As invert RNN, yes. As suppress level, as invert RNN, and then another string. Int set suffix. Well, what else can we do? So OBS property button set type, set URL, set button type, button URL, click T. Oh. I bet you that this is a macro. I bet you that this is a macro for... No, never mind. It's not a macro. I'm doing something dumb. Yeah, just a news parameter, this guy. Hey, Scorenets. Hello. Yeah. Okay. I am confused as to why my toggle off doesn't work. So let's see what happens now. Test. I don't know. Maybe a typo. Maybe in turning it didn't work as expected, but now it works. Now we have suppressed voice. Here. Nice. Okay. So now we have this thing. And so we have a callback for whenever these things change. So I think we need to go back to the... Well, no, it's not suppress method modified. Wait. OBS property set modified callback. This is the callback that gets called when the list is modified. What do we do when the slider gets modified? Like, this is not wiring any listener to this property being modified. So what is the deal with this thing? How is something supposed to react to changes to this? Huh. That's gonna be interesting. Method. Right. I guess update is just polling from that variable on every loop. That has to be it. It has to be like suppress update. Okay, so let's see. Suppress update. There we go. NG suppress level. What's NG? Noise suppress data. Okay, that's a user pointer that gets casted to the correct type. Here we grab the method, suppress level, latency, use RNNoise. Interesting. And then ng, which it doesn't exist yet, but we're gonna add that, I guess. Man, I'm starting to realize things as I do this. C really puts a lot of emphasis between writing to a value that you have on hand versus writing through a pointer. But so they make that very clear. But at the same time, they force pointers on you because of a lack of generics. So a lot of things has to be monomorphized through pointers. Like pointers offer you type erasure over interfaces. So a lot of things transform into pointers where they didn't necessarily have to be pointers, really. And so they have a one language mechanism that artificially inflates the number of pointers that you have flowing around. But then they also have another operator that allows you to notice more clearly when you're writing through a pointer versus touching a local variable. It's kind of interesting. And I remember reading from, like, somebody had a comment at some point where they were saying, oh, like, I don't like that Zig has a dot for both writing to a local value versus writing through a pointer. But at the same time, but at the same time, I can see how this is more relevant because you're slinging void pointers left and right. So latency, use RNNoise, invert RNNoise. I probably don't even need the cast. I don't even think I need the cast. I think int needs a cast because there's various kinds of int. And this one gives you back a long. Okay. So now we need to add to ng that field. So it's there. We fill it out. So now we should be able to deal with the stuff from within the library itself, I think. So we don't care about this. bmalloc, oh god. Unlock channel, librnoise enabled, resample info, audio format, convent speaker layout, audio sampler, resampler create. Yeah, so basically the neural network gets trained to a specific sample rate, and if you're recording at a different sample rate, then it needs to resample for the thing to actually work. So it's very strict in terms of like in terms of audio format, so it makes sense. The prevalence of void star in that file is not due to C, it's due to the author's chosen style. It's only necessary in a small number of places. I don't think so at all. I don't think that's the case at all. This is like a plugin system. These are plugins, and to provide and in C, if you want to provide a plugin system and you want them to have access to user data, like to be able to specify, you know, their own data to carry around in callbacks, the only reasonable way of pulling that off in C is via void star pointers, because you don't have the ability to make that generic over the plugin system. Well, technically, this is not if you will, this is not exactly a limitation of C. Like, if we were to use the same exact plugin system as in loading through dynamic libraries in Zig, we would have to use the C API, which would mean that we would not be able to be generic over the interface. So the same would apply, but I can see this also happening in other places. And I guess at that point you could argue that it's an author, it's a chosen style by the authors, but most of the file is not callbacks, they're internal. They chose to do it internal functions, even though they need to. What do you mean? If you're talking about like the update, if you're talking about like the callback on updating the, for example, the list of like this list here, that's an OBS API, not a plugin API. In any case, it's fine. Let's take a look at what RNNoise is doing. I want to actually get to the point where I failed to invert the logic in the DST stuff. Convert speaker layout, how do we simple create, blah, blah, blah. Process RNNoise. There we go. We have the output frames. How do resampler resample? Copy buffers, execute. There we go, process frame. Reverse signal level adjustment, resample back if necessary. I think this is our entry point. I think this is where we do stuff. I might be wrong. I might be wrong, but we'll see. Floating bool invert. So we have out. Frame synthesis out X. If there isn't silence, if there's silence, do nothing. If there isn't silence, compute the neural network, do some stuff, blah, 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 blah. Set for this frame. Wait a second. There's an I in here. Who's setting the I? What's the I? Oh, this is the, okay. It's a for loop, yeah. Interpolate band gain. So I guess for each frequency band, it's doing... It's changing these things, which I don't know what they are. I intensity? R? I don't know. Well, you know what? If we set this to 0, in theory, well, you're laughing, but I'm actually leveraging this delicious feature that was left by the authors. If we toggle this to 0, and my hypothesis is correct, then this should not do anything, because in the end, out depends on a transformation based on X. And here is where we apply side effects to X. So if we don't apply any side effects to X, and I bet you that X is ones. Where's X? Uppercase X, pitch filter X, 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 G, F, E. This is lowercase x. Where's, oh, this is uppercase. Keys FFT, I have no idea what this is. Oh, real and imaginary. Oh God, no. Oh God. Okay, but if I toggle this off, in theory, now now we should be good. Oh, you know what? Instead, oh God. You know what? Never mind. Let's get rid of this. And let's do this instead. Only if invert is off, we do this. If invert is on, right now it's not gonna invert, but it's gonna disable the filter. So let's see if that works. Quit OBS. Build and run. Yeah. Test as I type. This is a test as I type. This is correctly. Oh, you know what? Let's have this running a loop. Loop. Test as I type. Okay. If I disable the filter, a test as I type. You hear the keyboard always. Test as I type. This is okay. A test as I type. Test as I type. This is a test as I type. Oh, wait, no, this needs to be enabled. Okay. Test as I type. This is a test as I type. No, toggling this on doesn't do anything. Test as I type. This is a test as I type. Test as I type. This is a test as I type. There's another thing that I'm kind of confused about, which is it really one UI thread driving audio plugins this way? Because one thing that I was confused about is how come they don't have any form of like synchronization? Like I'm messing around with the UI as the audio stuff is running. Like how comes? And it seems that it's the thread that handles the UI that calls filters for each audio frame. What? So this does not seem to be doing what I would hope it would do. Can I see references to this? Bro, where are my references? Click the search icon. What? What do you mean? In the status bar. This guy? Huh? Oh God, no. What have I done? Okay. Yeah, this is good old C 1984 style. This is the C 1984 standard. Okay, I think that my theory that this X manipulation is super relevant is wrong. I don't think that my variable is not wired incorrectly. I think it is wired incorrectly. The problem is that this operation is probably some kind of, I don't know, normalization. I don't know, but this is probably not super important. And so probably the juicy stuff happens somewhere else at some point. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's toggle off more stuff. Let's assume if not silence and not invert, then do this stuff. So let's see. Basically, when invert is on, we behave as if there was silence, which I would expect that if there's silence, then nothing happens. Also, by the way, how do they define silence? Compute frame features. Okay. Let's see what happens now. But the it's already running. No. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. No. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. This is not doing anything different when we check or uncheck that box. I think we need logging. I think at this point we need to log what the heck is the value of invert. I still don't understand, bro. So final references 3 or 4 files confirmed. Show them to me. Show them to me. Why are you being like this? Why are you being like this? I might have wired this the wrong way, actually. Yeah, I might have wired this the wrong way, though. Give me a sec. Because I might have wired this the wrong way. Because... let me see for a moment. OBS data get bool. Why am I doing this off of S? Is it actually S? Well, it seems it is. So we get the method from S, but we also get the suppressed level from S. So I guess we get from S all the properties. Okay, so never mind. This is like a dynamic hash map, basically. We're grabbing from the hash map values defined via a somewhat dynamic string. Interpret band gain is a 5 millisecond buffer fractional game. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with these concepts to know exactly what you mean by that. It's a gain of 5 milliseconds. This seems wired in reasonably well. I don't see a reason why this would not be doing what we want it to do. Let's add some logging. Log error, which is a good logging level. I like this. What's a boolean? Is it percentage %b, percentage %s? What's the percentage value for a boolean? I don't even remember. You know what? I'll go with int. So let's watch this logging error happen then. I don't think it's gonna kill the application. Build failed? Too many arguments to function call. Expected 3. Bro? What are you talking about? Bro, what are you talking about? Oh my god, did I never save this file? Is this it? Wait, no, I must have saved these files. Wait a second. What's going on? Process frame. Too many arguments to function, expected 3. No, jump to definition. Oh shit, there's the header file as well that we need to mess. With. God damn it. Right. Okay, so I think we were experiencing either me not saving things that I should have saved, or this is the one that we want. What do you mean no definition, bro? Include RNNoise. Either me not saving or some cache stuff playing a trick on us. Process frame, pull, invert. Again, build failed. Oh, there's a comma in here. Wait, no. There should be... Wait, what? Okay, let's leave it as that. What the heck is going on? Yeah, process RNNoise. Okay, so yeah, these comma shouldn't be there. But setting that aside, too many arguments expected. Okay, too many arguments. No. Go to definition, bro. You're lying. You're lying. You're a liar. You're a horrible liar. Is there any other include? Is there another RNNoise file? This is saved. Process frame. It's not any of the others, right? Yeah, it's just process frame. There's no specifier for booleans, okay. What if I do build? Okay, even just build fails. Okay, I'm gonna edit this then. RNNoise export. But isn't this the file that I just modified? Like, I feel like I'm going insane. Isn't this the file that I just modified? close tab. OBS Studio dot depths. What? Oh, do I need to rerun CMake or something? What? I might need to rerun CMake. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Why are the other files fine? Okay. Zen, bool, invert. There you go. You happy now? Test as I type. This is a test as I type. Test as I type. This is a test as I type. Test as I type. This is a test as I type. Test as I type. This is a test as I type. Test as I type. This is a test as I type. I find very surprising that this gets printed so little. I expected this to be printed a lot more, but in the end it doesn't get printed all that much. Where did I put this print? Oh, I put it in, right, it's not in process frame. I put it in, whatever the other thing is, god damn it, I lost it. Yeah, I put it in suppress update. Then that does make sense. Okay, let's move it from here. Let's move it into, are we even able to log from inside this guy? Is there any logging capabilities here? Log max. That's not the log that I'm thinking about. Nah, no logging. But we are setting that property. We are setting that property in the struct. So it seems that we're doing what we're supposed to do. So what I'm thinking is that this isn't it. Maybe this isn't it. Okay, you're saying is the Boolean logic correct? So if it's not silence, run it. That's what it was before. And now it's not silence and not invert. So if invert is true, then this should never run. Wait. Oh god. Now I'm not sure anymore. Oh. And I have like electricity running through one of my legs. Oh god, I had a bad position. Oh. It's gonna take me 5 minutes to recover. Jesus. Okay. While I recover, what the heck is ST? Oh, computer RN is inside ST. So you know what? Maybe it's frame synthesis that, and then it returns VAD prob. What even is VAD prob? Oh my god. My leg. God. VAD prob is 0. Who is calling process frame? We're okay. We don't even care about the return value. Like we executing it, but we don't even care. Okay. So here's the idea. We don't do it here. We don't do it here. And you know what we do? We do... Oh, we can't even do unused. Okay, void invert. Instead, we go in here. Where's the execute stuff? And we toggle off execution. Okay, this is foolproof. There is no way this goes wrong. If invert is enabled, we do not even call RNNoise process frame. This might be a bad idea. There might be internal state that needs to change for the thing to work out correctly, but still, as just as a test. Let's just do it as a test. Yep. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. Yeah. Keyboard when I'm not speaking as a type. Keyboard is appearing. A test as a type. Keyboard when I don't speak. No keyboard when I don't speak. This is a test as a type. So okay, it works. It really works. Wait, what? What am I missing? Sound like a fun project. A place to start code seems smallish. OBS. Oh, that's another one. Okay, so next step. So we don't need this. We actually do want to pass it in. So this is correct. This is all correct. Now we need to understand where the magic is happening and how do we mess it up. And so this apparently is not even that interesting. Interpret ban game was doing the 5 millisecond thing from before, which I'm sorry, the Raggy, I have no idea what that means. So I don't know. I guess, but how is that okay if we are not even computing the RNN stuff? I don't know. Frame synthesis. Let's go to frame synthesis. What is this thing doing? X window size. So I guess this is the number of samples that we are looking at the same time. 960 samples. Okay, at a time. Inverse transform. Apply window. And output is whatever. Oh, apply window. Wait, since this is an array, this thing implicitly takes a pointer. Right, so this is passing a pointer. Man, why is this language like this? Why is this language like this? This is implicitly grabbing a pointer from this array. RNN copy, ST synthesis mem. Frame size. ST synthesis man. Arrays are pointers. Yeah. Horrible choice. Truly horrible design choice. Should we flip this plus with to a minus? This is probably not gonna work. But I mean, at least you can have fun watching it fail, I guess. Actually, we do pass it in as an argument, right? That's the idea. How do we do it mathematically? There's like I guess we can do Hello, Ains. Hello, Ains. So we do -1 times invert. What's the... Oh my god. Normally I would know how to do this. I'm having a huge brain fart. What's the formula for using a boolean to flip positive or negative number? What is it? It's like 2 minus invert. No, 1 minus invert. Yeah, I guess we can do that. I was thinking of a formula. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, you're right. Let's do this. Invert question mark -1, or otherwise 1 times this. Right? So if invert is true, then this is -1. If invert is false, it's what it was before. Maybe, I have no idea if turning this into a subtraction is what we are supposed to do, but hey. Oh, 2 times invert -1. Yeah, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Yeah. You know what? Let's do it. Also, I don't trust operator precedence in C, because I'm sure they, if they had the opportunity of making a horrible choice, that's what they did. So parentheses all over the place. And this should be it, right? So if invert is 0, then this is 0. This is -1 times this. If invert is 1, this is 2, -1 is 1. And this is 1 times this. Okay. YOLO. Go to references. Go to references. We pass invert in. And I don't know. I'm really curious about what even is this thing doing. Like, what is this work doing? It's calling computer RNN, but pitch filter. I don't know. Okay, but let's build and run it and see what happens. Probably horrible stuff. I bet you that that's not the correct operation. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. Test as a type. This is... Okay, I think that the changes that we're applying are not being picked up. It's too weird that none of this makes any difference. It's really too weird that none of this makes any difference. Really, really, really too weird. Really too weird. So OBS filters, source files. Resources? No. Header files. Wait, what the heck am I even looking at? Why is OBS filters so weird? Although this is it though. Yeah. Where's RNNoise though? Where did it go? Man, what is even going on? Denoise.c in OBS filters, RNNoise, denoise. Why am I not even seeing RNNoise in here? Mighty Jesus in heaven. What am I even supposed to do? I don't know, I'm gonna run this. I think we need to run a... I don't know what. Oh, now this is building a bunch of stuff again. Well, now this is interesting now. Man, I hate C projects. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. This is doing nothing. Test as a type. This is a test. We need some feedback that our changes are being picked up. We need to crash. We need to crash with style. How do I crash from my function? How do I crash with style? I guess I can divide by 0, yeah, but is it gonna work in a release build? Right, dividing by 0 should still generate an exception, right? Even if we are in a release build. Or just call exit 3. I think to call exit 3 I would have to import stuff. But that's a fair point. But let's go with the crash. With the divide by 0 crash. Let's see how that goes. Test as a type. This is a test. We're not crashing. We're not crashing. We're not crashing. Our changes are not being picked up. I hate this thing. I hate everything. Why do you have to be like this? Why do you have to be like this? What's inside build macOS? Can you set breakpoints in Xcode? Yes, I can, but Xcode is not even showing me this file. Like this, inside OBS filters is where the RNN stuff is, but it doesn't even show up in here. Wait, maybe it's like listed somewhere else. Core, depths, like to caption, plugins, front-end scripting, products, frameworks. Maybe it's no, it's not a framework. Maybe it's a product. Maybe it's a product because it's a static library. It's built as a static library by this stupid build process. No. Well, whatever this is, you can't even open it. So it doesn't matter. macOS is not even that bad. It's bad, but this is C insanity. Like people who touch C do this and think, well, this is how things should be. This is good. No, bro, it's not good. It's not okay. So can I do jump to implementation then? Jump to definition. Can you, okay, show implementations then. Navigate. It doesn't want to show me that file. Like, it's not only that, but it's also like all the things listed here, they're like fake. Like, this is not the actual files in the file system. This is like a view filtered by some kind of resource filter listed somewhere. You can change the view to be files. Target membership. Oh God. Pressing show file inspector doesn't actually do anything, which is hilarious. Let's see. Source control navigator. Wait a second. Haha, so you know about this file. From the source control view, it can see that I've messed with this file. So these changes are seen here. Oh God, we tricked it into showing us the actual thing. So maybe there's another way of triggering a failure. It's just that the divide by 0 one didn't work. Can we do exit 4 straight up? Test as a type. This is a test as a type. Okay, I would expect exit to succeed. Like, there's no way that exit doesn't work, right? And it works because we do have stdlib. So these changes are not being picked up. What do I need to? Is this the thing that I need to run? Like, I also don't understand what this, because the damn build instructions said to run this thing and then run Xcode build or something. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. I think we are having caching problems. I'm really starting to think that we're having caching problems. Although it's not that hard, and I was modifying the other files, and that was okay. So what gives? What gives, dude? But wait, maybe I can set a breakpoint. So we were talking about this stuff. Now that I can see this cursed file, maybe I can set a breakpoint in it? I set a breakpoint. Test as I type. This is a test as I type. Test as I type. This is. We don't even hit the breakpoint. Let's set the breakpoint there. Oh, we do hit it right away. Oh, we do hit it right away, huh? Okay. Step over? No, step into. Wait, what does that mean? Bro, where are you taking me? Bro, where are you taking me? Where the fuck are we? Oh my god, we're in a disassembled view of process frame. Why can we not see the source code? Dude, it's in there, the source code. Please. You have it. It's in the same goddamn folder. I built it as a release with the bug info. It has debug info. Oh, maybe you're saying that this function gets like inlined or something. I don't know, that might be it. But this still doesn't explain why our exit doesn't even work. Like the fact that our exit doesn't work, and I think it's probably, it was the same also with the divide by zero. That if our exit isn't picked up, it's because there's something with caching that it's not making it work. Like I cannot imagine any other explanation. What does it even support? Yeah, help, and then there's gonna be an endless amount of stupid things that you can do, none of which is actually useful. Where's clean? Do we have clean? Fresh. Build. Install. Open. Trace. Hey, Purple Elf. Hello. Hello, everybody. Man, this thing is driving me insane. You know what? Let's just call CMake again. Let's make it do its thing, no matter what. Let's see. Write message. Thank you for your right message. Have a good rest. Man, it's always like this, huh? So hello everybody. Okay, since there's new people in chat, I'm gonna explain what I'm trying to do here. We're doing something, how can I say? This is like, I don't know, Battlegrounds style of YOLO exploration in the OBS code base. So here's the idea. Right now, I have a new audio setup in front of me. I've always had this microphone that's recording my voice, but now I have a second microphone. This second microphone is pointing at my keyboard. So if I don't say anything and I touch my keyboard, You can hear it. I was just touching it lightly. I wasn't even typing. This is the typing noise. So the way it works, but here's also what it does. If I speak, you will not hear the keyboard. So I'm gonna keep touching the keyboard while you're gonna see me type, but then I'm gonna speak, and you will notice that as I speak, the thing will go down. The typing noise will go down. Susie is borked? Susie is not borked. What do you mean? What did we miss? Write message, respect the chat rules. No. We're seeing all messages. Bork is not borked. So, let's see. But if I speak, you don't hear the keyboard anymore. Okay, so here's... Oh, Susie. Wait. Oh, you said Susie. Okay. No, Susie... Oh, shit. Yes, Susie is borked. We don't have Zig in the stream title. Oh, thank you, Purple, for the Prime sub. Thank you very much for the base of bucks. I mean, we do have Zig a little bit. Okay, edit stream info. Zig. I added Zig. Let's see if Susie picks it up. It's not instant, so it might take a moment. But until very recently, Susie was fine. That said, Susie does bork after a while. That's another thing that I need to work on eventually. Okay, so here's the point though. Let's forget about Susie for a moment. Here's the problem. This setup is cool, and it's based on OBS plugins. The way it's set up is that the second microphone, the keyboard microphone, is using a filter that has ducking. Ducking is the concept of when this microphone is on, this second microphone turns off. And it's useful so that you don't hear too much typing noise over my voice, but it's also useful because both microphones are picking up my voice at the same time. This is unavoidable. So the only way of not hearing me in an ugly way because you're hearing me through both microphones is via software. And actually it's the same also with the typing. Like you don't want to hear the typing through both microphones at once because they're like slightly out of sync. It's just bad. So why does this work? Well, this microphone, it's a Shure SM7B, so it's really good at rejecting noise from the sides, but more importantly, it has noise suppression enabled. So I have a noise suppression filter in OBS, so this microphone will filter out in software typing noises. The second microphone has the ducking solution. Unfortunately, maybe you can hear it also right now as I speak, but when I start talking, as this main microphone picks up volume, the second microphone picks up a little bit of my voice because the ducking is not active yet. And that's bad. So how could we make this perfect? This setup would be perfect if the second microphone had the inverse of a noise suppression filter. If the second microphone had a voice suppression filter. So my idea was, what if I look at the source code of the RNNoise OBS filter? Oh, I wanted to show you OBS, but now I'm at a breakpoint right now, so I can show it to you. Oh, I can maybe unbreak, I guess. Continue. Oh, and disable the breakpoint. Okay. Fast as I... Okay. So poor OBS, it's freaking out because it was paused like for 20 minutes. Okay, so so the idea is I take RNNoise and I apply the effect in, like, instead of, I don't know, whatever it's doing. It's like turning down frequencies that don't correspond to voice. What I want to do is leave them as they are, and instead turn down all the ones that the filter is ignoring normally. So I started by editing bit by bit, and filters integrate themselves inside of OBS by, you have menus and settings. So I started by figuring out how to add a checkbox that says suppress voice instead of noise. So I do have a Boolean that tells me it's now time to invert the operation. How you invert that operation, I still have to figure out. I have no idea how to do it. You can hear a bit of an echo. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what I'm working on. So I'm trying to figure this out. The problem is that to do this, so OBS is a C/C++ project. You have to build it through Xcode. As I edit the file, it's C. So there's that. And as I do this, apparently this is not right. So everything was fine, but I'm noticing now, I'm suspecting that that this is not picking up changes inside this file. Oh my god, guys. When earlier I was suspecting that what I was toggling off was not important, maybe it was important. We just never saw it build for real. Because for some reason, this damn file is not being, like, the changes are not being picked up. Man. So. Yeah, this is the entry point. It's like RNNoise process frame. So we need to do something here. Add syntax error and try building. Good point. Man, Vesim, straight to the point. That is a great point. Build. Oh. Alright. Close OBS. Not hide. Close. Goodbye. Okay. Build. And run. Build succeeded. Vesim, that's a good point. Like, I was trying to find other ways, like calling exit3 or something, but no, it's... Yeah, it's worse. God damn it. Is there any other dnoise.c anywhere in this thing? Like in this workspace? Search. dnoise.c. OBS Studio, plugins, OBS filter, CMake, legacy.cmake. Oh, it's just a mention. Yeah, no, oh man, I don't want, okay. The one time I don't want mentions of these things somewhere. No, I want the actual files. Command P, thank you very much. There's only one. There's only one dnoise. There's only one, and it's inside here. And that checks out. That for me does check out. So why... Man, why is this thing behaving like this? Is there a noise in the main OBS repo? Yes, I think it's a submodule, but it is in the main repo. How do I git status? I can just nuke build macOS, right? And then I run CMake. And then I don't remember the order. What was the order? Then you build from... Oh, alternatively, the project can also be built from the command line. So never mind. Okay, these are like out. Oh, okay. So this is like command line if you don't want to mess with Xcode. This is if you want to mess with Xcode. Okay, now this makes much more sense. Okay, so let's say Xcode it is. Xcode it is. You know what? I'm even going to quit Xcode and reopen it. Navigate, reveal, opening, open, jump to selection, jump to definition, jump to line in, finding project. Noise.c, no results. Okay, thank you. Well, I tried. Let's try to build. Oh? Deprecated. Wait. This is new. Why was it not complaining about deprecated stuff before? Let's see. Doesn't see make build create an Xcode project, and that's what you had opened. So you were looking at copies. VS Code didn't find the file because it's ignored. Test. I'm not sure I follow. So you're saying that everything is a copy, but even so, if it's a copy, when you run the cmake command, it should copy it from the repository itself, which is where we're modifying this stuff, like revealing finder. User Christoph, OBS Studio, plugins, OBS filters, RNNoise, source, denoise. Like this is part of the compilation process. It needs to be compiled at some point. So I expect the build process, like the build process is configured in this evil piece of machinery to at some point do that building. Man, you know what? I used at some point to know how to navigate this thing, and now I forgot completely. Right, you select this. Then here you select filters or something. And then you look at all the options. Build settings, build phases. And there's probably a build phase in here that does the correct thing. Copy files, compile sources. There we go. Or maybe not. There we go. Link binary. There. Links with build RNNoise. The problem, okay, so here's the problem. Somewhere there's a goddamn copy of librnnoise.a which is not getting updated when it should. It's not getting rebuilt when it should be rebuilt. I think we might have found our solution. It is insane that it's 2023 and we still have these issues. Okay, if this succeeds, I'm gonna go insane. Test as I type. The build succeeded. I know. I mean, this not like succeeded as in this, instead of failing successfully, has failingly succeeded. So yes, it should have failed, but it did not fail. it has not picked up our error. Yeah, and it is saved. Like this thing is saved. Like Xcode in the Git thing sees that we are modifying the noise. We're passing in a new argument, and what even is the noise? Yeah, there's exit 4. Hey Johnny, please, you're a C guru. Here's what I have. Okay, you probably don't know all the machinery involved. I mean, and if you do, awesome. But here's the problem that it's driving me absolutely insane. RNNoise.a make line 7. Oh god. Oh wait, I can do this. Observe. Okay, it's a little bit better. The problem is that the terminal still doesn't have a way of copying stuff. No, wait, this is the thing. I still cannot copy links, unfortunately, because I'm using Ghosty, but hopefully this will be supported soon. What does it say on line 7? Oh, I'm sorry, the Raggy. You are probably trying to communicate something to me that I'm too ignorant to understand. Target sources, OBS filters, private noise, suppress filter.c. It's missing the source file dependency or not the source files. Oh, you're saying the CMake isn't configured to recognize that if you change that file, you need to rebuild that thing. That's what you're saying. Okay. Okay. Library not found. Linker command failed. Library not found. Okay, so this guy is not... Okay, so this guy is definitely not in the business of building the dependencies. Is that what we do here? Oh my fucking god! It's downloading them! Oh no! It's downloading them! Dude, no. Why are you downloading dilibs and shit? No, dude, no. Oh god. But is it really downloading something so simple as the RNNoise lib? Oh, you know why? I think I understand, at least partially. I mean, you do want to download something. So for librnnoise, you 100% want to download the trained net. You don't want to retrain the net, obviously. So some kind of download is necessary, and it makes sense. CMake warning. Message. Failed to find librnnoise version. Call stack. Find package. CMake lists. Include. Found. Okay, so what am I supposed to do then? So what am I supposed to do at that point? How do I build RNNoise? So I guess at this point, what I need to build is also I changed the signature. I'm like tossing a new argument in there at some point. Dep's building script in the repo. Yeah, I guess that's what I need to look into next. Then I guess the question is there anything that we can do from outside of this? So we see that this is invoked here. Is there anything that we can do? Revert single level adjustment. Resample back is necessary. How to resample? Copy buffers. I don't think that at this point we can do anything, right? What can we do? Copy buffers. If k greater or equals than 0, output divided by the frequency. So here's my question. Okay, I need a short potty break, but you know what could save our ass if for some reason this did not change this did not apply a side effect on the final outcome, like on the final output, but that we still merged everything together in here. So we could operate here, and that would mean that we don't need to do anything into the library itself. That would save us some pain, I think. In any case, give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So okay, there's stuff, huh? There's more stuff to look into. Okay, let's see if we can completely avoid this. So here's my idea. Line 10, you mean minus 10. Plus 10, you mean plus 10. Yeah, by the way, yes, this is what I said before leaving. Like, I hadn't looked at this code. I was looking at this one to apply the change in here, but I'm also recognizing one thing. Now I'm realizing one thing. We are only passing in to RNNoise process frame. We are only passing state that is relative to it. Like, it's modifying its own state internally. The reason why I didn't immediately make that connection is because in here, this is called out. So I thought that there might, since I didn't pay attention to the input variables, I thought that this could have been like the final output already, but it is not. It's in an intermediate state. And then this is where we merge everything together. So yes, it might be that the solution is under our eyes, under our noses instead. So we were saying copy buffers equals this divided by, no, where's the sum? I hate these damn relative lines. God damn it. Where's the sum? Change equals to minus equals. Oh, this what you're saying. Do you have resampler enabled? I don't think you can turn it off. I think resampler is an internal feature that has to be there. Oh, I see your point, because it's like resample else. I don't know, because I don't know, and I need it to work either way, because the problem is that, so here's how it works. You could have different sample rates set for your audio stuff, like for your whatever audio source you have, it has its own sample rate, but the neural network only works with a specific sample rate. So that's what the resampler does basically. If the rate doesn't match between the neural network and the source, it does translation back and forth. In any case, it's this, right? It's copy buffers, and we need to do this. That said, I am not sure here we have what we want, though. Let me think about it for a moment. So first of all, what is the value range of these values? Like, what do they go to and from? This is like something bit PCM, so that's like an integer that goes from 0 to something else, maybe, but not, because that's float. We're actually using float numbers for real. So I'm guessing we're normalizing this. So I'm not sure if that even makes sense, but are we normalizing this? Wait, isn't it an amplitude that we're setting? By the way, this is DST stuff that I know nothing about. Wait, shouldn't we be setting an amplitude for each of these frequencies? No. This is a frequency number, right? This is like 32K. And G copy buffers. Yeah, but that doesn't mean, but Vesim, that does not mean that copy buffers already contains any value that makes any sense. that is not necessarily it. So let me think about it for a moment. Are we like applying some kind of normalization here? Maybe that's what we're doing. Maybe the value is being normalized between 0 and 1. And if so, we want to set this to 1 minus, right? To do the opposite. Well, you know what? We'll I don't know. It's probably PCM something. Well, you know, whatever. Let's just try it. Why think when you can just try stuff on the fly? Build. Too many arguments. Yeah, right. No need to do that anymore. Okay. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. So yeah, okay. So progress, yes, not quite though. Subtracting 1 from this turned out to not be good. This ain't it. This ain't it. So you know what? Here's what we can do. Control C. So I'm gonna comment out this line. So first of all, I want to see in our specific case which of the two lines is the one that, like, which of the two cases is the one that we're in, so that I can basically simply iterate more quickly on one of the two branches. And then once we figure out what to do, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna put the changes also. This is a test as a type. It seems that we're in the other case, right? It seems that we are in this case. I would expect these to either leave everything silent if it's 0 initialized, or give us complete garbage. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. Okay, test. So copy buffers did actually... Copy buffers did just abort to one of them. Fair point. But I do think it's the second case, because when I commented it out, now the filter was basically disabled. Build failed. Oh. There we go. Exit 3. Okay, so this is our branch. This is the branch where we don't need to resample anything because we are at the correct frequency. So, which is cool. So what do we do? And we also discovered that if we leave copy buffers untouched, we get the original audio. So this is also some useful knowledge that we gained. So let's try subtracting. Somehow I suspect that the operation is not subtracting, but it's kind of inverting something. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is just straight up subtracting. So let's go. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. No, subtracting, isn't it? I think we need to invert stuff. I think this is like... So for each channel, RNNoise frame size. So it's an array of floats where the two channels are in the same array. I don't know how they're intertwined, but I don't even care. So we're setting a float. I think we're using floats, but it's... So the reason why I see this divided by 32k made me think that this is normalizing this value from 0 to 1. But you know what? We could actually print these values. Let's print these values and see what happens. No, wait. I want the other one with interpolation. Give me a better example. Thank you. Okay. I don't know if I can use printf to get the log to show up in Xcode. It might show up in a weird way, but I'm not sure. PCM is integers from minus 32k to plus 32k. Okay, thank you. The problem though is that we're treating all this stuff as... Like we're treating all this stuff as something else. It's converted PCM16 to minus 1, 1. Okay. Right. So, okay, that's helping me. Thank you. So, it's not from 0 to 1, it's from minus 1 to 1. So, if we want to invert this is like 2 minus, right? No, this is not 2 minus. Oh, God. If it's 1, we want minus 1. I think. I did that though. I did that before. I think I did that before. You know what? I think I did. Well, I did minus equal. You know what though? No, you're right. I did minus equal. I did not do just minus. Well, fuck it. Let's see where that leads us. No, earlier I didn't. Yeah, I did try subtract 1. I did try also negate the assignment as a type. This is a test as a type. Okay, you know what? Let me add the logging. I think we really want the logging to see what the heck is going on. Oh, but this is outside the for loop, so bring it inside. Man, this indentation is horrendous. I hate Xcode. This editor is complete garbage. I hate this language. I hate everything. Well, actually, it's not. No, it's not Visual Studio. It's garbage. It's like its entire thing that it doesn't have a formatter, and I hate that it doesn't have a formatter. That's as I type. Man, okay, printing is making it lag. This is a test as I type. Dude, what are you thinking about? I closed it. There's nothing to think about. I closed it. That will reverse the polarity, but that shouldn't have an effect unless it's interacting with something else later. You mean the minus? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the polarity is. So it might be that we are too late. It might still be that we are too late. It might still be that at this point we cannot. Yeah, because what it is doing is it is not merging a delta. It's overriding the original values. You can compare the original and the modified and only keep the unedited. I can look at the original value. I can look at the new value, true. Although it is the opposite, right? The unedited is the voice. That's what we don't want to have. But old value minus new value. I did this already. This, right? Well, let me think about it. So no. Well, this I did try and that's not it. All value, so all value minus new value, that's what this does, and it does not work. So this is not it. And it does make sense because okay, let me remove the logging because it's making it like too much. Okay. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. Test as a type. This is a test as a type. You know what? I take it back. So this is clearly not working here. But it is also true that this is a weird recording. And actually, if you listen to it, it does keep the keyboard. Test as a type. This change does successfully keep the keyboard. The problem is that my voice has not fully disappeared, but my voice in that recording was recorded twice from two microphones at the same time. So it might be that it has actually removed correctly the main microphone, but the neural network is not trained to remove slightly overlapping voices, so which might show up as kind of an echo. So maybe it's the echo that we're still hearing from my voice. We need a different we need a different sample. Okay, we need a different recording to test this on. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna record it now, like this. Okay, so now you're hearing me through the keyboard microphone. I will probably not sound particularly good, but it's still me. It's only one microphone, and it does pick up the keyboard really well. So that's what we're gonna try. Let's see how it goes. You know what? I'm gonna record all of them. I'm gonna record both combos with this microphone and then with the other one. Okay. Something, 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 something. Now I removed noise suppression on this one. So now this one also can record the keyboard if I'm loud enough. So let's see. La 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 la. Okay, now we have it all. Here's another thing to try. Run RNNoise on the signal twice, one with the polarity reverse though, and then add the two together. This is what a balanced cable does. What? Okay. Two. Just beam it. Something, 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 something. La 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 la. Oh, bro, don't do this to me, please. Fuck this OS. Something, 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 something. 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 Okay, one at a time. Let's see. Something, 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 something. Something, 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 something. Something, 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 something. Where's my sound? Oh, advanced audio properties. La 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 la. 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 Okay, no, the filter is definitely not doing what it's supposed to do, but also there's a piece missing from the second recording, but regardless. Yeah, it missed a few seconds. It's weird. But either case, the filter is not doing what it's supposed to do. This isn't it. Subtracting is not the solution. Yes, Vesim. I'm exactly doing this so that I have a second microphone pointing at the keyboard. I already have this set up. It's just not perfect. Yeah, this is how we test it, but this is not the operation that we're looking for. The reverse polarity solution. There's also, I think we're still missing some logic though. Like, look at this. Here, okay, this is a different case. It's the case where you need also to resample, but there's this logic that says, oh, if k is greater than 0, okay. All frames minus ng frames. Okay, so no, this is part of the resampling logic. Like, it's messing around with the... It's messing around with the stuff. Man, this for loop. Time to pair program. I'm starting to think that... So, okay. Since this originally was an assignment, it means that this is the already modified value. So this value has been changed, which in my mind, as a probably oversimplified way, as an oversimplified model, but in my mind it's changed in the sense that if it's a frequency that relates to that has been marked as part of the voice, then its corresponding multiplier has been left unchanged. If instead the frequency has been deemed to be part of noise, then I think it has been lowered somehow. That's how we understand it. So if we subtract, so with this setup, what was here doesn't matter. Only matters what's in here. If we change it to subtraction, it is wrong, because it means that if it's attached, we send it towards 0, while if it has been modified, we're doing something else. And that does sound kind of correct. but it's just maybe not the, but minus maybe just not the correct operation. What I'm thinking is that we're doing this because we're having trouble operating inside RNNoise process frame. But if we had the opportunity of really applying changes in here, like if we really had the ability to apply changes in here, then we would have a lot more latitude in how to operate. Interpolate band gain, pitch filter, computer RNN features. Frame synthesis. Like, frame synthesis seems to be the place where the cool stuff happens. Right, this is where the stuff happens, and well, this is where I was messing with the formula. Okay, this originally was like this. So this is where we would want to operate, right? And look, here it's doing out was maybe the original value plus the delta. Assignedness issue. What is the type of copy buffers? Hello, two-step. The type of copy buffers is an array of floats. And output is also an array of floats. So no problem. Johnny, are you convinced that your solution makes sense? Are you sure? Shall we pair program for real? You've offered. It took me a bit to get convinced, but I mean, if you're in, I'm in. Okay, let's make a deal. We try your solution. If it doesn't work, you help me figure out how to actually gain the power to modify the library. Because it seems to me that we are facing tougher odds by refusing to solve the engineering problem. And I think it's easier for us to solve the engineering problem than it is for us to solve the DST problem, considering that, well, I don't know you, but I don't know squat about DST. So, so yeah. First thing is, I want you to show me what's going on. Okay, give me a sec, because we're messing with audio and I need 1/10 of a second to figure out how I'm gonna make this audio stuff work. How am I going to share your stuff? So if I use Discord, we can try Discord with like audio capture, I think. Well, okay. Call me on Discord. Let's do a Discord call, and then I'm gonna probably take a moment to mess around with Discord and see what happens with that. Hey, Johnny. Okay, so I can hear you. Stream cannot hear you yet. So let me see if I can do magic. Audio output capture, application audio capture. Let's go. Window, Discord XZ, yes. Say something.
Check 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Okay, you're on stream with
Perfect.
The audio, not the webcam yet. But we're
All
doing
right.
it.
So show me like what's going on first. Like,
Yes. Okay, one sec. It should be like this. This we can maybe make like this. Place it.
are you able to share on Discord?
Yeah. I'm just still setting up the screen share. One sec. Cancel. Discard. No. Okay. Show. Okay, I have you now in a corner. Oh, but you're covering chat. Oh my god. Okay, one sec. No, this is not what I wanted. Why are you doing this to me? Well, okay. I think we're good.
Okay.
Okay. I can do my screen share now.
Right. Are you sharing?
I'm getting there. Sorry. It's a little bit involved.
Yeah. There we go. Now I'm seeing something. Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, so where are we right now? Like, what is this code? Noise suppress filter?
So, noise suppress filter is a OBS plugin. It's the OBS plugin that, let me run OBS.
Oh, I see. And you're just calling RNNoise online 872, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. So it's, why am I not seeing anything in the audio mixer, bro? Okay. What? Okay, I guess. So filters, audio video filters. There's a bunch of filters. These are like modules that like they work through like a DLL interface. And noise suppression is the plugin that we're looking at. Noise suppression within itself bundles multiple noise suppression methods and dependencies. And there's more. There's also the NVIDIA ones, which are disabled because we're making a macOS build. So the work that I did before was add a checkbox in this menu to toggle the feature. And I wired it in and I figured it out. That was, well, the easy part. So that worked. Now, there's a callback, process RNNoise, that gets called by OBS repeatedly for every audio frame, I guess, or something like that. And this, at some point, calls into the actual RNNoise library. So this is where the magic happens. Like the ng is a struct that collects state for this plugin based on like OBS internal state and our own settings. Like I added to ng a field. Like, oh god. Oh right, this is not this. Okay. So if you go to definition of ng, I added to it a boolean invert RNNoise. Go to references. I added a boolean that we get from the new checkbox that we added. So, okay. This is kind of the general idea. So we collect this stuff, and then at some point we actually invoke the actual library. So the point where the library is invoked on our audio source is here. This is the entry point. Then this applies some side effects to the library internal state, and this is where we copy everything back into main OBS.
Gotcha.
Right. So the problem is, I mean, if you can figure out a way of mixing this value in an inverted fashion for some definition of inversion, then great. But otherwise, if it's too complicated, then I think that the only option at our disposal is to go in here and change the math. And
Yeah,
this
I
is
do have an idea for a trick that we could try, and it might work. But the
okay.
concept is,
wait, let me show
know,
you one last thing.
okay.
The last thing is that, well, I guess we can go to definition. Go to definition. No, bad dog. Okay. Run RNNoise. Process frame. Okay. Okay, so this is the entry point into the library. This is where it all happens. I even added a compile error on purpose that wasn't picked up. Okay, so this is where it happens, and I think that probably the best spot for inverting whatever we are doing, I suspect it's this.
Okay.
I really suspect it's this, but I don't know.
Right. Are you familiar with how balanced audio cables work?
I know that they are expensive. I know that you keep them very far apart or something. No, I actually don't.
Okay. It's actually like a beautiful technology. So this is worth it just to understand. So a normal audio cable, you got two wires, right? And one's like ground and then one's got the signal, and it's just changes the voltage for every like number, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, a balanced audio cable is the exact same thing, except you add one more wire and it inverts the signal. And the idea is any noise that you gather while the signal's going through the cable, it will get applied to both signals the same, theoretically. And then on the other side, you reverse the signal back to what it was, but that inverts the noise. And then when you add them back together, you're left with the original signal, but the noise cancels out.
Okay.
So does that make sense?
Generally speaking, yes.
It's like genius, but anyway, I think we can use the same technique here.
Okay.
So the idea is you take the original signal,
copy buffers.
Yeah, and then you apply the RN noise, and I think what we're doing could be working. It's just that the noise could be still have a lot of the original audio in it, but if we do the same thing and we apply RN noise on the inverted signal, and then we add them together or subtract them, one of them, then that should theoretically cancel out more of the original signal. So that's the theory.
Okay, I am not sure I understand what you mean when you say applied to the inverted signal, though. How does that work in practice? Is this something, does it require us to know where the left and right channel is for this frame?
No, what this will mean is we take the original like you're already running the signal through RNNoise.
Yes.
So we're going to do that 2 times. But the second time we do it, it's on an inverted signal. So that's literally multiplying each sample by -1. So then you run RNNoise on that second signal, and then we can add them together.
Okay.
So it's basically...
Please micromanage me.
Okay, one second. I'm trying to remember. So I wrote this like little diagram, but I don't know if you can see it. This is like the idea of
okay,
a balanced cable. But you have your original signal like on the top, and then these little spikes here are the noise.
Right.
So then the last line is the inverse of the signal, but it has the same noise. So then when you reverse it, the noise cancels out. So we kind of want to, this is kind of what RNNoise is doing, right? So RNNoise is adding these little spikes, which is changing the signal, which is reducing noise, right? But what we want is the spikes. So theoretically, if you subtract the original, you're just left with the spikes.
So you're saying that
yeah.
if I do X minus copy buffer, I'm left with a spike. No, if you subtract the
You
original,
should
yes,
be.
X minus this should be the noise. Or okay, fuck
Well,
it.
is X the original signal here?
No, X is what comes out of RNNoise. The original signal is copy buffers.
So it should be original signal minus X is what you want.
Okay, but
and you tried that, right?
Yes, minus equals X. We tried this, yes.
And we do get a weird signal, and
Yes.
So I have two theories. One is that it is doing what you're thinking it's doing. It just doesn't sound how you think it should sound. And the second theory is it could be offset. So another thing we could try is taking the sample from like 4 samples later and subtracting it from the current sample. Offset.
Okay, and what would you expect that to do though?
Well, if RNNoise is like somehow shifting the audio, then that would...
Okay, that's the offset that you mean. Okay.
Yeah, so that's another thing that would be really easy to try.
I don't think that's the case though, because oh no, it could be the case because since we are reassigning, we could be reassigning with a delay. Oh shit. Right. Yeah, we could be reassigning with a delay.
That's easy to try. We just like offset it by 1, offset it by 2, and just see if it gets better or worse.
Yeah. I'm thinking
that would just be going where your X is and just adding 1 to J.
Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking. We could actually you know what we could actually do? We could use the GUI. We could put a slider on the GUI and have this effect be applied via the slider.
Yeah, I mean, if it works. I say we check it real quick before we start adding a GUI for it, but...
Well, I mean, but you said that it's something that you need to try out and test a little bit, right? Do you think testing it with the recompile feedback look?
Well, I would say let's just change the code real quick.
Okay, so
try it.
So what do you want to do?
So all you have to do is either add 1 to the J index on the source or the destination. And then you need to make an if. Like you could do like int k equals j plus 1, and if k is greater than or equal to RNNoise frame, you set it back to RNNoise frame, so you never go past it.
Okay.
So you just duplicate the last couple samples. And then k equals, Yep, that's it. And then replace your j plus 1 with k. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
So that'll shift. I'm really curious what this will do. Like
copy buffers equals copy buffers plus -1 times copy buffers. This, yeah, that's gonna zero everything. Something. You can hear it, right? You should be able to hear it from my screen share. Okay. Something.
Does that sound any different?
Something. It's delayed. The audio is definitely delayed. something,
It
something.
should like start doing some really weird echoey stuff. Like change it to like, I don't know, 10 or something.
Something.
The offset.
It's delayed compared to the video though. That is already true. Sorry, what did you say to do?
Like change it to like plus 10, yeah. It should start doing some weird, really like add an echo or something.
Something. Something. It's a little bit weird, but not insanely
It's not really
so.
what I was expecting, but how big are these frames? Are they like
480.
480? Okay, and we're probably like at 48,000, so this is like 1,000, like 1 millisecond about. Actually, I think I remember RNNoise is 1 millisecond. Okay, it didn't really seem to do anything though.
Yeah, but this is the part where it does actually something. Yeah, we are messing with it. Something. I mean, the audio got messed up this time. You heard that, right?
Did you added 480?
Yeah. No, not 480. Yes, 480.
So that would have just taken the last frame. Oh,
keep in mind that we're subtracting. We're not assigning.
Yeah.
So maybe shall we assign?
Yeah. We'll do try that first. Yeah, 40 is good. Yeah.
Okay.
We also need to try it on the next line on the assignee, the right side of the assign.
Something. Something.
Okay. Okay equals.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I like that.
That's sort of had a suggestion. Let's try it out.
Yeah.
Okay, it should be messy. Something.
Can we hear the original again real quick?
Something.
Without the delay.
Something.
Okay, that's without the delay.
Yeah, I guess so. Wait. Something. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit laggy. I don't know why. Something. Let me pause the VM.
Yeah, that's interesting. It did kind of take away the noise, it seems like.
Something.
Like I can't hear the keyboard anymore with the delayed one, right?
Wait, no, in this, so wait. Right now there is no filter at all. So this is the original video.
Yeah, let's hear the original.
So this was the original that you just heard. With this, this is the effect of the filter. Something.
Yeah, you can't hear the keyboard anymore.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Because that's what the filter is already doing. Because I put the assignment. Yes. So we are assigning. We are assigning at a weird offset, but we are assigning the
take away the offset real quick.
stuff.
I just want to hear that.
Okay.
Just do. Yeah, there you
go. Exit. Something.
Okay.
Something.
Like you can't hear the keyboard at all.
Yeah. Something.
Okay. The next thing we should try is the right side of the assignment, putting K in there.
I think this might be a more interesting.
Oh, and a more interesting sample.
Yeah.
Okay.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. Yep.
Okay.
So if we change this to minus.
Okay.
La 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 la. 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 La 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 la.
Oh, that was weird.
Yeah, that was weird. Let me just double check that I don't have weird filters on my... No, okay, you're not hearing stuff through OBS at all on this end, so never mind. Okay, this is good. So minus is not really doing anything in this case, pretty much.
That's weird though. Well, unless it's the offset thing. We can try putting K in for the second J there on 905.
I think that if, but then we are aligning them once more. So
here's an idea. Do you have a like graph, like a way to like Excel or something, a way to view a graph? Because what we could do is log all the samples and then graph them and then see like what's going on with the values visually. Because you could just log it in like a CSV format.
I think this is a little bit complicated. Let's think for a moment about other operations that could work as a form of like inversion of what we're doing.
Okay.
What if we add instead of subtracting?
I mean, adding would do the opposite of what we want, so let's try it. Because obviously what we're wanting is not working.
Yeah.
But this should make it distorted. I would expect it to get distortion.
It would,
effect.
yeah, it would probably need some normalization. I think it maybe add and then divided by 2 or something. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Yeah, that's a digital distortion effect.
La 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 la.
That's exactly what I would expect.
La 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 la. La 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 la. What I think it's interesting though is that it is distorting the voice, right? The keyboard is still the same. The voice is now distorted, but the keyboard is the same. Like, check it out. La 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 la.
Yeah, the reason for that is because the keys is not at the peak of the amplitude. Only the vocal signal is, that makes sense.
So
because
okay, so you're saying that the keyboard is also being affected the same way, we're just not hearing it because it's less loud?
Are you familiar with what a distortion is on the signal?
No.
Okay, so a distortion is just, say you have a sine wave. It's just clipping off the ends of the sine wave. So you
okay. Oh, you're saying that clipping, is that what we were experiencing there?
Yeah, clipping.
Okay.
Like digital clipping. Like multiply it by 3 and you'll get even more of it.
But the peak is not the. I'm looking here at the peak, and the peak is never reaching a clipping point.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's not clipping. Like,
oh, you're saying like it was clipped earlier and then rescaled down, so now it's clipping even though it's not.
Right.
Okay.
multiply it by like 4 or something. You'll hear it even more.
Okay.
Or like do plus equals x times 2 or.
So here's the question. What is the meaning of 1 and -1? Because I'm guessing 0... Does 0 mean like no... What does 0 mean? Like amplitude 0?
You can think of it literally as just the position of the speaker
Okay.
at that point in time.
So 0 is at rest, -1
Yeah.
is pushed down,
All the
+1
way
is
in or all the way
pushed
out.
up.
Exactly.
Okay.
So if you just had all negative ones, the speaker would just be stuck in that position, or all ones at a different position, or all zeros at in the middle position.
Then I do not think there is like a simple operation of this kind that we can use to merge these values. I really think that at this point we need to operate in the DSP library itself inside RNNoise. I think at this point we don't have the tools, or rather, at this
I'm
point,
not convinced yet.
Well, I mean, at this point, what I think is that the correct way would probably be to reanalyze both this and this. Look at the I don't know, difference in frequencies or something like this, and then basically redo most of what the other thing is doing. I don't think there's a plus minus multiply divide combo that does it for us, I suspect.
Well, I think the minus is what we want. I think that's doing exactly what we want. It's just the noise signal still has a lot of the original signal in it, if that makes sense. I think anyway.
The noise signal has a lot of the original signal in it anyway. Let me think about it for a moment. So whatever. Okay, wait. So you're saying that when we apply the noise filter normally, the noise filter grabs onto a chunk of the voice anyway. It just makes sure to leave frequencies that we care about, so that the audio doesn't, like, it still sounds understandable from us, but the voice has lost a bunch of frequencies that were absorbed into, well, they went away alongside the noise. That does make sense. That does actually. I know that this is correct, because my voice, or well, anybody's voice, does change when you run the filter, and so the change is frequencies that you lost.
Right, exactly. But I think the reverse polarity thing could enhance the noise that's being taken out, if that makes sense.
Okay, you have to tell me though what the formula is.
Okay, so all we need to do is we need to go up in the code here to where we're running RNNoise. Okay, so 872. So we need to do that twice. So we need to copy the buffer and run it a second time on a second buffer.
Wait, what? Run it on a second buffer? Are we modifying the second buffer? Because otherwise we can copy it afterwards.
We will modify the second buffer.
Okay.
We're gonna invert it.
Oh, so everything that was 1, we're gonna make it -1.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So
it's the same concept as the balance cable I was trying to explain earlier, but it's just a theory that it'll work. I don't no promises. But it might work. I don't know.
Okay. Here we go. So right, go to definition doesn't work. So this is in, this is out. So we need a new in and we need a new out.
Yes.
Do we
What I would do is I would just make a static buffer here, like
Yeah.
a static, make it a big size.
I think we can make it like this.
Yeah. And it needs to be 2-dimensional.
Why? What do you mean by 2-dimensional?
Well, I would remove that star and just make it a 2-dimensional array. Like max. Well, you said it was 480, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, just do a second.
Although no, wait, this is max reproc channels. So no, this is the outer level. This is not the. This is for channels. This is not the frame size. So this is creating. I think this is creating an array. Yeah, I actually don't know. Wait, when you declare this stuff in C, sorry, I'm having trouble with C. Like, am I creating a pointer? Am I actually creating a full frame here? Sorry,
creating an array of pointers. So you're creating 2 pointers since, well, 8 pointers here since there's 8 channels.
Okay, and then we need to initialize each one of those pointers with
an array, but
right, yeah.
But if we just make a 2-dimensional array, we don't have to do that.
Okay, what do? Do I add another set of brackets?
Yep, another set of brackets on the very right, and I'll just make it 480 or 1000. It doesn't really matter, just big enough. Yeah, that's good. Remove that pointer, that star. Okay. So then inside of that for loop, we're going to copy the buffer into there.
You mean the input buffer, right? Because we need to copy. Well, no, wait. The input doesn't even get modified. So no, it doesn't matter. That's the one that we want to modify, right?
Yes, the input buffer. Yeah.
Well, you know what would be nice if we could actually pass in like a flag that says consider the input as inverted. Anyway, sorry. So how do we copy this? Sorry.
We could do a mem copy or a for loop. Doesn't matter.
Mem copy. I'm sorry. I have no idea how to do this stuff. You have to really micromanage me.
It's MEMCPY. The no O.
Of course.
Yeah.
Why would you put a no there?
Got it. And then the destination. So that's going to be output bracket I.
No pointer of. Because
no pointer of.
Right, because it's a pointer.
Yeah.
Because an array is a pointer.
You need a bracket I on the output. It's a 2-dimensional. There you go.
Bracket I.
And then the input.
Which is
can't remember if it was the second or third parameter.
The input is the second parameter. The well, you know what? Let's actually no, never mind. Let's double check.
Yeah.
Out in.
Is that the same function? Because that had a 4th parameter.
Yeah. That's because I was trying to wire in my invert boolean.
I see.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So this is out. This is in. We are.
So we want in.
Yeah, we want in.
Oh, they're using the same buffer here.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Which is fine. I guess they support that. But yeah, we could just copy that. And then the size. And I think they have a fixed size. It's probably in a define or something in their header. Which we can use that in our array too.
Wait, was that the was
that
the
480,
this?
I think. Yeah, frame size. That's it. So that's actually what we want for our 1000 number. Yeah. And put that as a link for memcopy.
Okay.
And I would just run this real quick and make sure it doesn't crash. those seg faults.
La 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 la. Hardware accelerator failed to decode picture. Interesting. La 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 la.
Oh, times size of float. Oh, for the mem copy. Yep, we need that. Thank you very much, Vesem.
Okay.
Okay, so now we've got a copy of the frame. And now we're going to run RNNoise on that output array.
We pass it in twice, right? At this point.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Did we lose the original signal here, Loris? Because you see how they're passing the same buffer for input and output? They may have overwrote the original signal. See what I'm saying?
Yes, between here and here they overrode it. Yes.
Yeah. So look, we can do this super easy. We just saved off the original signal. Let's use that in the see what I'm saying?
No, I'm not saying what you're saying. So.
Okay, remove or comment out the second RNNoise we just did. Well, we might
if you
add it back
mean
later.
down here, we
down
okay.
there.
Wait, they did they did apply a side effect to this, but this is still the original copy buffers. Copy buffers is a different one, and it's still the original.
Oh, copy buffers is the original. Okay.
Yeah, it's another copy of the original.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, so this is what you want, but in between we need to
we need to invert it.
We need to flip it.
Yeah.
Okay, so for size t j equals 0, semicolon j lower than
copy buffer is normalized. Hold on, Vesem. He's saying copy buffer is normalized. Oh, look at line 863.
Line 863. Wait, what?
I wish I could like draw. You can't draw on your screen in Discord, can you? No. Up 7. Yeah, right there. You see it?
I see that they are taking the original value, widening it from minus 3000 to plus 3000.
Right.
And that's what goes into the neural network. Yes.
But are we doing the 3000 range at the bottom, or are we doing the 1 and -1 range?
3000 range.
At the bottom.
It's at the bottom. You mean down here?
Yeah, down there.
It's the plus minus 1. We're touching the
plus
we
are
minus
dividing
1.
it by the.
Oh, we are dividing. Yes. We're normalizing it back.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, so
we're good.
So in here we do output I
J
equals minus output.
You could do multiply equal -1, or you want some shorthand.
You can do this in C. Holy shit. We don't even need Zig. What's the point of Zig at this point? Okay, so we negated a thing, we pass it in.
You can do that in Zig too, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
I did not expect that Zig could do it though.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so we pass it in, we run the same thing again. Now our output thing has been poisoned.
Yes.
By this.
What's going on here on line 877? Or 888? Oh wait, are we
No,
not
no,
even
okay.
hitting that if?
No, we're not hitting that. Don't
Oh,
don't
okay.
don't worry
Never
about
mind.
this. This is in the
Okay.
case that the sampling rate of your audio source doesn't match the sampling rate that the neural network expects. But it's
Okay.
not our case.
All right. So we have two signals now. They both have the noise filter applied. So we want to take the inverted noise filter minus the output. Does that make sense?
Inverted
So it
noise
would
filter
be,
minus X. Let's call it inverted X.
yeah, it would be ng copy buffers. So the original X. Okay, invert X. Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Is that what you have? No, output IK is the filtered X, not the original X.
Oh yeah, copy
So,
buffers is the original X. You
yeah,
want also
we
the
need one
original?
copy buffer.
Okay.
Yeah, we want the original inverted.
Okay. So we have original, inverted,
Yeah, so
and
take
filter. Yeah.
negative original minus inverted X. Now this should give us the same thing that we can try this now.
Wait.
This should give us the same thing.
Okay. We're still missing this though.
That's fine. We'll add that in a second.
Okay.
Let's try this. This should give us the same thing we were getting earlier, which was it sounded different, but it still had the voice in it.
Which is in any case, you know, that's a big ask because we're asking the neural network to perform adequately also with this weird type of input. Wait, there's no semicolon at the end there? What?
No.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's kind of a weird C thing. It's a separator instead of a terminator in that one case.
Unused variable X. Oh god. How little C did you do recently? It's like I don't do C.
I do a
La
lot of
la
C.
la 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 la.
A lot.
La 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 la. 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 La 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 la.
You're doing this on the same state?
But we were doing this on the same. I don't know how much state the library preserves between calls. Yeah, that is a fair point. We don't know how much state is preserved. That's a good point. Although it is switching between channels willy-nilly, so it should be fine.
Well, but you're passing in a state there too.
Oh, RNN states. Oh shit.
Right.
Fair point. That does depend on the channels. That is true. There's another problem though. Nothing happened. Like now, even if I turn it on, la 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 la, like the keyboard, you can still hear it at the end. So I think that means that the neural network was not able to classify SASI frequencies.
Well, we could still try the double, but that like did nothing. It seemed like. Let's just try passing in the inverted X and just make sure the noise suppression is even working on that second buffer.
So wait, be more precise.
So just delete minus output minus and just try that. Or the minus original minus on that line.
So you just want inverted X?
Yeah, yeah. Just
Okay.
want to make sanity check. This should be the suppressed one. Well, that would explain why it did nothing, is because this inverted has no sound in it.
Yeah, it's very quiet.
Is it the state that's the issue? Maybe we need to allocate a state, its own state.
How many channels are you using? Probably one or two. I think two. We could, in theory, use someone use channels, but they might not be even initialized because the channels are not there. We're going down very weird paths. I personally think that at this point we should try to punch through the library dependency stuff, because messing with the state of
Like go into RNNoise, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you have a theory? You said you had a theory originally.
Yeah, I think it's much easier. Like once we get in
Okay.
here and we can actually recompile this goddamn file, we can start toggling off certain things. We can start changing this multiply with a divide. We can just do minus. We can subtract one to this. We can divide it by 2 or something. Like we start messing around with this, and I think it's gonna be much more promising.
So were you having a problem compiling it?
Yeah. So what's happening is that okay, let me reset this to a working state.
Yeah.
X, let's comment this out. Comment this out. Comment the mem copy out. Okay, let's see if this should be back to where it was before in the beginning.
So with noise suppression, right?
Yeah. La 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 la. 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 Yep. Okay. La la. This is probably the coolest stream watched. And we're not even succeeding. We're not even succeeding.
I'm so surprised that subtracting out the X does not work.
I think it's complicated. I think also the fact that we're normalizing over a 32K value probably has some funky implications, I think. Because this is...
Would it?
Like, why are we dividing? Is the okay? Do you agree or disagree that this is the frequency, or is this something else?
No, it's not the frequency.
Okay, okay. Then you maybe is this like maybe some just arbitrary number that happens to work with the?
No, that is a 16-bit signed minimum value.
Oh, so we're just moving from PCM space to flow space. That's all we're doing.
Yes.
Okay, period.
That's all you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. If you take 65535 divided by 2, should be that number, I'm guessing. 65535 divided by 2 is 32767.
Yeah. Good enough. Okay. So we're just moving there.
Right.
So
maybe we would get better results if we did this subtraction before we normalized.
Okay, wait a second. So tell me if you agree with this.
Yeah.
What this is doing is saying, in the original audio, you were supposed to be the speaker plastic was supposed to be this far from the resting state. and now it should be this far. Roughly speaking, we can agree that basically for movements that correspond to noise, the general approach is going to be, instead of going this much far, you go less far. For instead movements,
No.
you don't think so? Well, it's not exactly that, right? Because I agree, because it's like it's a delta compared to where it was the second before, well, the frame before. But generally speaking, do you agree that wider movements correspond to higher amplitude?
Yes, that's exactly what it is, and that's just affects volume.
But it is correct. The point is to quote unquote lower the volume.
Right, but it only does it to certain sub-frequencies within the sound.
Yes. So instead of yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all your little clickety clacks, they have like some pattern. Those would get like basically zeroed out.
Yeah, the idea, okay, so this is okay, yeah. So this is changing the amplitude at each frame in a irregular way, if you will, because it's only changing the amplitude of waves that are from noise.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, you can take a sound and you can break it down into a whole bunch of waves, and if you identify which ones are the noise waves, it takes out the amplitude of those ones. Yes.
Yes.
You can say that. Right. That's like the Fourier transform, if you're familiar with that.
Yes. So
one idea was we could.
So here's a heuristic. This is wrong. This is 100%. Well, no 100%. I strongly suspect this is wrong. But I think the idea is, what if we moved to 0 every frequency that was left unchanged? Well, every amplitude for every frame that was left unchanged.
You're saying you compare if the amplitudes are equal or not.
Yes.
And if they're not equal, we'd set it to 0?
We nuke it. It is wrong. It's going to add a clickiness, because that's not the correct way of doing it, right? The correct way of doing it is more sophisticated. But that's the principle. And I think that if that makes sense, then that's the proof that we need to work on this in the DST, in the RNNoise library.
I almost guarantee it's not going to work, but go try it out and see what happens.
Yeah, I also don't think it's going to work, but okay. So here's the idea: we have the new one, and we say original if original minus x is greater than 0.00.
Oh, you use a tolerance. Okay.
Well, it's floats, right? Can't trust them.
Yeah.
So if the tolerance is greater than,
you need to do an absolute value.
Wait, it's lower than, right? Oh, you're right, absolute.
Yeah.
Surely I can just do ABS, right? No fuzz, no fabs. Float ABS, is that a thing? Let's go. Haha.
Yeah, put the minus.
You can call me Damian Ritchie. So copy buffers. So if they are too close,
you need the minus x in there in the fabs too.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Johnny Kerrigan.
So if you set it to 0, else you set it to x, right?
Yeah. Or you know what? Let's not be brutal. We just divide it by 100.
You mean x divided by 100?
The original value we divided by 100. Okay, I think this makes sense. And maybe we can tweak the tolerance afterwards.
Okay, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I really think what we should do is log these values to a file and look at them visually. I think that would really help.
La. La 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 la.
Yeah, you get some
La la
scratchiness.
la la la. But if you notice, we get the scratchiness only when there's my voice. I mean, this is actually true. I do think that this is actually true because these are the values that have been left unchanged. Some of them, not all of them, but these are the values that have been left unchanged.
Should we invert that? So if they're different.
You're saying we negate this?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me see with this other tolerance level. This might be a little bit too aggressive. I think when I saw the numbers, they were kind of small, but... La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Interesting. So it kind of like takes out your voice a little bit in like certain spots.
Yeah, the problem is that the actual way of doing this correctly is way more sophisticated. I don't think it's a plus-minus divide. It's... God knows what the fuck. Which is my theory, which is why I think...
Yeah,
going in
I think
library.
what's happening, you could be right. What could be happening is RNNoise isn't just like taking the original signal and modifying it a little bit. It's like recombobulating the signal completely. And that, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
and that's why it has to be a neural network, and it can't just be a simple matrix transformation over a Fourier transform. Because if it was as simple as nuking frequencies, you could do it on the Fourier transform straight up, and you're good. The transformation is more sophisticated than even that. It's irregular. That's why the neural network stuff.
I'm trying to think if there's a clever way, because like the inversion thing we did, I feel like is a clever way to make it work a little better, but
I think that the reason why it doesn't work is because the neural network is unable to, like, your principle works off of the assumption that the neural network will do the equal job on the other way, right? On the negated sound.
right.
And instead it doesn't do that.
Right.
So because it doesn't do that, then it doesn't...
I say let's log this to a file and look at it. Easy.
Okay, please. You promised. Help me build RNNoise.
Okay, let's do that.
And then we play with it a little bit, and if we can figure it out, we do the file stuff.
Okay, I like it. Building is my favorite thing to do, so.
I hate it. Man, I hate it. I hate CMake. I hate Xcode. I don't understand what's going on. So, by the way, we yesterday we had a lot of fun building Orca with Zig. Are you familiar with what Orca is?
I heard about it. Is that another like Hugo templating thing?
No, it's a WebAssembly runtime for GUI desktop applications that the handmade community is making. So it's like Electron, but instead of doing webby shit, you program against their APIs, and they give you like a native, like you can have shaders and draw stuff directly, but then there's also their own GUI library that they give you. And I think what's actually the most interesting thing is that they basically are, since it's a tiny OS in a sense, they can design platform-wide services, kind of like the clipboard. They can have their own weird take on what a clipboard is. One thing that they were thinking of doing is allowing applications to basically embed chunks of another application's GUI within them. So like you can create a tiny viewer widget for stuff, kind of thing. And I think that if you do it right, it's interesting, right? In any case, so that's the thing. And we were...
Is it kind of like Wasm 4 in that they have their own like OS, like simple OS interface? You just like call into like make a window or whatever. And okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
That kind of thing. Yeah, that kind of thing. But so they had like a Python build script and that like used Clang, and we were trying to move it to Zig, and like I was with Andrew, and it was nice. It was nice moving things to build.zig. It is not nice when you have to stay with CMake, man. I knew it already, but holy shit, do I feel it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I converted a lot of our build system at Tuple to build.zig, and now I can build it on Mac OS and Linux, the Windows version.
Mm-hmm.
And I use Wine to test it, which is really cool. But sometimes you still have to do CMake, though. So where were you when you tried to build it? Like, how far did you get?
Well, I got to the end because it does build, as in OBS. The problem is that this build system downloads from the internet a pre-built static library of RNNoise. So we do have RNNoise in the tree. We don't have it. We have it all. We just don't freaking build it. It's in here, and it's ignored. So I
download the static binary, like a pre-built binary, really?
I
don't believe that.
A pre-built archive. Oh,
there's no way it does that. Show me.
So here in .deps, these are downloaded. These are all downloaded from the internet, and one of those is well, you can see the archives still, and then they get extracted, and this lib has, okay, this is Qt stuff. Lib RNNoise. No, this isn't it either. Swig.
Being lib
RNNoise. It's in here.
Wow.
It's downloaded from OBS Labs Universal, and it's the CMake script that does this. I don't know, where do you see? Is this it?
Yep, that's the main one.
Oh my god, the main one. So it has henchmen that we need to.
Oh yeah. So, is RNNoise anywhere in that file?
No, I don't think so. Well, I don't know. No.
Okay. It could be a subdependency of, well, no, it's
there's a CMake folder in here.
Right. But
CMake lists. There we go.
Wait, where are you? You're in
include RNNoise.cmake.
You're in OBS filter. Oh, OBS filters. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So go to that CMake RNNoise. It's probably like an add subdirectory or. Okay, here we go. Okay, we do a find package.
Sorry. Yeah, find package.
Okay. Yeah, keep going down. Where is it downloading?
It is not doing it here. This is true.
So here's what's happening, I think. Some dependency told the CMake build system to download that archive, and then it's adding that archive, those archive directories as a search path for the library. So one thing you could try is just like rename that .a file so it can't find RNNoise, and then run the build again.
Okay.
That's one thing we can try that's really easy.
I think it will fail though. Earlier I did nuke the entire folder and it simply failed. Library not found for RNNoise.
Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. So is that CMake failing in the find package function? Can we get the CMake error? Are you're running Xcode right now, so you're not running CMake, right?
Yeah, okay, I can do this. Yeah. Oh, but no, this one did not fail. Oh shit, because this one downloads stuff. By the way, I knew that it did download stuff because I read the messages here. So, found FFmpeg, found FFmpeg, found FFmpeg, warning dev, fan library.
There it is. That's what we want.
Okay, but I guess it's consulting it or something. I don't know, but I promise you, it is downloading this
Well,
shit.
I don't think we want to call. Well, here's a couple ways we could do it.
Yeah,
We could build RNNoise ourselves and stick that A file where the other A
that's
file
what
was.
I think I would like to do.
Okay. So in that case, let's go. Do you want to just clone RNNoise repo in a separate?
Do you think it's not possible to do that off of the bundle dependency in here?
Oh, it might be. It might be able to. Like, does it download the source somewhere?
Yeah, it's part of the code base. It's inside, what was it, depths, I think.
Okay, let's go in there. It probably has a CMake file.
Wait.
Actually, I've looked at their build system before. It's been a little while.
No, I lied. It's not depths. Man, this thing is making me stupid.
XIPH is the owner? Yeah.
This thing is making me stupid. It's plugins. Okay. So plugins, filters, CD. Well, you see, CD RNNoise.
Okay.
And this one has the
What's in
files.
there? I don't see any build file in there.
No, this one does not have build files. I mean, it does have compile.sh.
Okay.
But
I mean, we could make a build.zig file real quick for it.
is
just run that.
Is this making a static library?
Your head's in the way a little bit
Oh,
of
sorry.
some of that command. Okay, is it just C files though? So it's doing a
denoise training. No, never mind.
Yeah,
this is for training the net. This is a different one.
Yeah, we have a CMake file.
The library target
it.
is in the plugin CMake, but it only does that for Linux and FreeBSD.
Oh, so they're saying, yeah, if we go back to the CMake file.
So by the way, so there is no CMake thing in there, but there is a CMake thing under the CMake folder. There's
That's where it was calling find library.
Yes.
So let's just comment out that find library and just add in the CMake, like copy the CMake from Linux into the Mac one.
Okay.
Basically.
So you're saying we look at the CMake for not this one, plugins, filters, CMake, RNNoise. So this is the Linux stuff. This is the Windows or macOS stuff. You're saying take the Linux stuff.
Yep.
Copy and replace. Do we also replace target sources?
No, keep that target sources. That's
like this.
Yeah, so hold on. So OBS-RNNoise is the library it's building. We might need to rename that RNNoise because it seemed to be, I don't know yet, but it just might. Okay, then we're calling add library. I'm just seeing if there's, yeah, I mean, you can try that real quick.
Yeah. You know what though? We need to nuke the static library, right?
Nope, because we're not calling find package anymore.
Oh, okay. Then we should watch the build fail. Oh my god! Yes! Thank you, Johnny. Jesus Christ! Yes! Yes!
It worked?
It worked. Oh wait. I mean, it failed successfully for now.
Okay.
Oh my god. Yes, it's complaining that it's missing an argument because I did add another argument. ng.
Oh, nice.
ng invert RNN, I think. Well, you know what? You tell me. Oh, comma. Maybe it's RNNoise. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, now you're suggesting it, huh? Okay. Also, I lost chat. Where's chat? Okay. Undefined symbol. RNNoise create. Destroy. Process frame. Linking failed. What?
You're missing a C file. Where is... Well, it could be like an extern C issue too.
Okay,
But...
I do have a compile error in here. I don't know if this is maybe, I don't know, wrongly reporting it. I'm gonna fix the file for now.
You shouldn't have got to linking, but...
Yeah, that's another
Oh,
interesting point, huh?
remember when I said that OBS-RN noise thing might not be right? That could also be the problem.
Okay.
If there's a way that we could see the compile, because it's probably linking, because remember that .a file? It was called
So
librnnoise.
yes.
Yeah, so it's not expecting it to be called OBS-RN noise. It was expecting it to be called just RN noise.
There's an add library alias thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's using that. So I would comment out that add library thing.
This one.
Yeah, and search and replace OBS-RN noise with just RN noise.
Wait, why are you selecting this match? Oh my god. Just RNNoise like this.
Yeah, because that's what the library was called when it was using find package. And it looks like, because we copied this from Linux, it's using some other CMake alias, but Mac isn't set up to use that.
So the CMake preset macOS stuff seems to work. I don't know. Although I don't know if I should, like, you know what?
So here's the thing. So you're including the right header files now. That's why you got your compile error about the missing argument.
Yes.
But now the library is not the right one, and that's why we're getting the linker errors.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So if we can see like what the command line is, we can verify that they're actually like including the right library. There's target link libraries, OBS private field. Okay, Vesim says that's how it's linking. That's like using some interesting CMake namespace, which I forget how that works exactly, but
this one. Wait, okay, let me restore what originally was in here. So originally we had find package and then target sources, this thing here. Okay.
Yeah, so we don't want find package because that's going to try to link it from
Yeah.
your
Find
system,
package,
not the
find
one you
package
built.
is gone.
Okay.
I don't know. I need suggestion because I don't know how to use this shit. Configure failed. Would you like to attempt to configure with the CMake debugger? Oh,
No. Okay, so
God,
add this.
no.
So Vesim, what he sent in the chat, you want to add that target link libraries, and that should link in the RN noise library.
It's already at the bottom of the
bottom
file.
of this file. Yeah, you just copy it. I guess maybe we forgot to copy that one. I don't know.
This is saying that it fails.
It is outside of
Oh,
your
this one
develop.
says errors occurred.
Okay, what's the error?
Yeah, no, okay, then yeah. So what Debugging is saying is that we don't need to copy it because since it's already
Oh yeah, just
outside
change
of
it
the
to
if
RN
else.
noise, the target link libraries. Oh, I see. That's the end if. Okay, cool. There we go.
Okay. Just run it here once more, just for safety. Still back to the same problem.
Let's figure out where that RN noise create function is defined, which C file. Can you do a rip grep or like? I mean, I could do that on my side, I guess.
No. How do you? You're right. No, but it's for files only. Oh, how do you do? Okay, it's here.
I need to get you set up with
Space
rip grep.
search. I normally don't develop on Mac.
Ah. Okay, so it was RN noise create. So that's in dnoise.c.
Yep.
So are we including dnoise.c in the CMake file? Is the first question.
Yes.
We are. Okay, so this is clearly the library that we're building is not getting linked in, is my guess.
Should we call it like librnnoise?
We could check. Are you using Ninja or Make?
I don't think I have Ninja.
What's
Never mind, I do have
use?
Ninja. No, I don't. Yeah, I do have Ninja.
Like, what is CMake generating? Is it generating? Oh, change private to public. Yeah, you can try that. Try.
No, 7 minutes before.
.h. Okay. What is CMake generating? What does the output say? Or what's your CMake command?
The one that I give from the command line is preset macOS.
Preset macOS. Okay.
The one that macOS build.
Oh, it's probably generating Xcode build. Cache issue. Okay, yeah, it could be. You can look for the .a file in the build directory is another idea.
Build failed. You were saying sorry?
I was going to say we could look for the .a file in the output directory, like do a find command. In build. Just do like a rn star rn. Oh, you did double R noise. I would just do a star rn noise star. Okay, modules. No, we don't care about that. Okay, so it's not building any library. Let's go back to the CMake file. So what should cause it to build is target link libraries should notice that we're linking to RNNoise and build it. But it doesn't seem like it's happening. Is OBS filters correct?
I didn't touch it. I don't know.
It's not building because you've only run CMake. Well, we run CMake and that generates the Xcode, and then when you run Xcode, it should build it.
Yeah. But it fails, so it doesn't build. It's not building it, I guess.
Like, are we building OBS filters project?
Well,
Is that what's happening?
okay, I can tell you this. If you select the project here and then go to build phases, this is where you define custom build steps that are like outside of Xcode's direct control. And so in sources, you have the filter sources, but librnnoise is seen as a dependency, and it doesn't. Okay, it used to show up with the previous config. It would show up in here.
You might need to restart Xcode.
It might be. Let's try. But it wasn't needed up until now. But you might totally be right. Let's try. Yeah, no. Still itty bitty tiny. I think the new CMake thing is not adding. The new CMake thing is not adding librnnoise in here anymore. See if I can. And I cannot even. Well, I cannot refer to it, I guess. The system just doesn't do this stuff.
Okay, there's something wrong with our CMake config on our.
Yeah, I think it's here. I think the problem is in here. Okay, let me try to undo some things.
The library is added as interface. Oh. Change it to object. Okay.
Basically, you cannot suggest a thing to write, and then it's or whatever. Bro, it needs to be the correct word. God damn it! I don't know what it is. The correct word.
Yeah, but you changed it back to OBS RNNoise.
Okay, OBS right.
But
God damn it.
do we still have the target link libraries as well? Okay. Oh. Change it to static if you want a static lib. Okay. Shouldn't matter, but okay. Oh, that did it. Now we're in RNNoise.
Holy shit. Yep. It's back in business. And there's no new line at the end of file. Holy shit, bro. Just, you added. What do you mean there's no new line at the end of file? Bro. Okay. RNNoise.h file not found.
Okay, so we need a target include directories. Oh.
No, never mind. I was messing. It doesn't work.
Oh, okay. So that was a change that you made. So we just need to add target include directories into our CMake file to fix that.
We already have our noise include though.
Well, see that interface thing? Maybe that interface thing is biting us again.
Oh.
I think that's supposed to be private.
Nuke every interface.
Yeah.
Well, no way this can fail.
Yeah, Vesum confirms it's supposed to be private.
Where is supposed to be private?
On the target include directories.
Target include directories.
Yeah, I think the compile definitions as well.
Private
or
instead.
public.
Wait,
Yeah.
private instead of interface.
Yeah.
What? Okay. Also,
Or
wait a
public.
second. I changed some. Oh my god! I changed to static the wrong branch. I'm dumb. So use private. Private.
Yeah, private. Yeah, we could do zig build, I suppose. Well, but everything's already using CMake.
I mean, we are quickly approaching the point where actually having moved over to Z could have been
Yeah,
less
true.
effort. Jesus Christ.
Oh, now we got some compilers.
I think we're fading. You know what? Maybe we're fading at a deeper level. Maybe there's like an OBS plugins repo. And that's what we should build separately. .zsh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Johnny. I think this is what we should have done.
Yeah, I mean,
And
you could do
then
it
this is
either
what we
way.
copy over, I think.
It's like all we're doing now is fixing compiler flags.
Yeah,
Like
but
this is
the problem is that like what I don't understand is why are they including all those sources?
in the OBS repo.
Yeah. Because it's not just the other files. They have a bunch of sources in there, like implementations. Why are they like this?
They're vendoring them, like they could be making changes.
But they're not using it. The build script refuses to use that source and instead downloads from the internet an archive.
Well, on Mac OS, on Linux and FreeBSD it uses it.
You're right. Target compile option private w no error.
Yeah, that should fix the compile error you got.
Okay, let's try this.
Wait, compile Opus, because we copied that from Linux. I wonder if we still want that. Well, I was gonna say, let's see what compile Opus is. See what they're setting it to. Or is that like a built-in? I have no idea what that is.
No, I think we still have the same errors from before.
Unknown named bool.
Oh god, that's on me. I don't know. Is this it?
I mean, we only have one compile error.
Let me try to clone this other repository and see if this one gives us what we want.
We're so close, Loris.
God damn it. I hate CMake.
Just comment out that line and put a board in there and just see if it builds.
Wait, which line?
The line that they're giving the compile error on.
One of these two, you mean?
Yeah. I mean, both of them. Comment, putting a board in there so you don't. Okay, it doesn't compile. Open your bowl again. Oh, the old underscore capital B bool from C.
Oh, I don't think I can use unused parameter here. Okay. Why is it indenting it like that? Why are you like this Xcode? Expected 3, have 4. No. No, you're wrong. Oh, now you do go to the definition. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's because it's not using find package anymore. Yeah. We might have to address those aborts we added, but
I'm fine with it. I mean, they were like messing around with the 0. I think they were like homegrown crashes or
yeah,
something.
if we run into them, we'll get an abort, so we'll know pretty quick.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La la.
Working?
Holy shit. Thank you.
You get so excited about building C projects.
On my own, I would have never figured this out. Like, I can, okay, so I can fight C. I can fight DST. I don't know shit, but it's fine. You leave me alone for long enough. I'll start reading info. I'll figure it out. Complicated shit. It's fine. CMake, I'll never figure it out. There is no way. It's just too developer hostile. Okay. Yeah.
I was gonna say X2 Tired Beaver knows who I am. I think he's trolling.
Yes, he totally is. 100%. That's his MO. Okay, let's remove some stuff from here. Let's get back to the original
offset
screen.
code. Yeah, you've got some nice people in chat who are very helpful with this stuff.
Okay. Fix OBS. Break it again.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you everybody, by the way. Thank you, Vasim, especially. Whew.
Oh my gosh, it's like 4 a.m. where you're at, Loris?
Nah, don't think about it. Actually, you know what? I think I need water. Use on the fair key. Oh god. Yeah, that's on me. That's on me. And it's variable original. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. I'll get a bottle of water. I'll be right back.
What do I say to Loris's audience while he's away? He can't stop me.
Okay. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Sounds right? Or
La 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 la. Yeah, that's perfect. La 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 la. I'm gonna disable it so you can hear the clicking clicking. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Okay. So finally, we can finally step into the palace of DSD. Whew. Okay. Frame analysis, computer frame features, pitch filter, process frame. Okay, this is what happens to every frame. So here's my theory. Okay. So they left an interesting if one here. So I'm really tempted to make this an if 0 and see what happens.
do it.
My theory is that by toggling this off, this should be now a knob. The entire filter should now be a knob. Oh my god, feels so good to be able to finally be able to do this. It was going swimmingly, by the way, until we got to this stupid build problem. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Is it enabled?
La 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 la.
Sounds like the original.
La 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 la. I think there's a little bit of distortion. La 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 la. Wait, I'll bump up the volume. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Yeah, I may not be able to hear it as well on my end.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. It's not untouched. It's slightly. It's not untouched, but the noisy part, the keyboard part becomes a little bit weird. The voice is normal, but the keyboard is a little bit weird. Could you hear that? It was kind of subtle. Okay. So, okay, what I think is that this isn't it. This is too little. So,
well, look at this for a second. So, what is this GF? So it's like this is the fast Fourier transform, and this is like all the frequencies in the fast Fourier transform, and it's like probably got like multipliers for each frequency. Does that seem right?
Sorry, which lines are you referring to?
So I'm just trying to understand what this code is doing. So
yeah, oh, GF here. Okay.
Yeah, GF. I bet you what that is a multiplier for every frequency in the Fourier transform. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So what is frequency size?
GF, we do not give. Wait, what do we use GF though?
It's just see on line 486. It's just multiplying all these values.
Wait, which line? Sorry.
On 486.
486. Yes. Oh yeah, it's using GF. Yes.
So I'm guessing it's like a gain. Like I bet you that's the gain for each frequency. Frequency gain. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So which is what we wanted.
Okay, what is frequency size? Frame size. Oh, okay, yeah, that is the Fourier transform then, because typically you can get as many frequencies as you have samples.
It starts at once, but then it gets modified by interp band gain, which sounds interesting. Interpolate how much gain you want to give to each band for this frame. So that does sound.
So one thing you could do, Loris, is you could invert the frequency gain. Be one interesting thing to do.
Right. So this is going to be a number
between like 0 and, well, what are the numbers?
Yeah, we don't know what the numbers are. We might want to print them.
Yeah, where's the or we can look at the code that initializes them.
Wait, they started once. They started once. So one is
right.
yeah, one is stay where you are. I guess it goes from 0 to
You subtract
something.
1, multiply it by -1, and add 1.
Okay, subtract 1, multiply by -1,
Mm-hmm.
and add 1.
Yeah.
Okay, it makes a little bit of sense. I don't follow precisely, but I'll do it. So subtract 1.
Translate, invert, untranslate.
Multiply by -1, and then add 1.
Genius.
Let's fucking go. Well, let's try it. I feel like this is not going to be the end of the story, but let's go.
Translate, rotate, untranslate. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the end of the story either, but.
La 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 la. 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 La 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 la.
I feel like the noise is a little louder.
Yeah, it's making the noise louder. This was already originally touching the noise, and now it's making the noise louder. We're getting closer, Johnny. Like, we are getting closer. Okay, let me... Okay, let me do one thing, though. Okay, I'll undo the changes here.
Okay.
And let's say that this is...
Not silence.
Show us interpret band gain. Yeah. And by the way, and then this doesn't end here, by the way, because this is clearly some blending of some kind. But then there's also frame synthesis at the end. And I think that a lot of very good shit happens in here as well.
Yeah, I think the frequency thing we just did is just one part of the noise suppression. Like the final touches on it.
So interpret band gain for number of bands. E band 5 milliseconds.
I think what this is doing is it's just turning the frequencies that they know they don't want into like it's interpolating the frequencies into what your actual frequency band is. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like they want to take out 40,000 hertz, but the actual Fourier transform that's going to be somewhere.
Okay, so let's go into frame synthesis. So frame synthesis has inverse transform, apply window, and then copy into out xi plus st synthesis, man. What if that was a minus instead of a plus?
Yeah. It's nice that we can like test it so quickly though.
Yeah. La 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 la. 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 It has a similar effect. Wait. Just to double check that I didn't like mess up something. It has a similar effect than what we did to the other one. It made the noise a little bit more annoying. La 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 la. 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 Okay. La 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 la. I just wanted to double check that we didn't like break something somewhere else. Okay, so with a plus, this works. As in, this does the noise cancelling, but with a minus, it leaves the voice where it is, and it makes the keyboard more loud. So maybe this should stay a plus, and maybe this should be a minus. This is dumb. This is probably dumb. But
yeah, no. Wait, did you do that right? I feel like you did it wrong, but try it.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la
I think you
la
needed
la la
to
la la.
not negate the second part of that.
Non-negate the second what?
Like
So,
don't put in the parentheses.
are you saying so? Just negate the first one. Okay. My understanding is that sound can
Or
be.
maybe take out the XI altogether. That could be another idea.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Take out the XI. Try that.
Take out the XI?
Yeah, just take that out. That's like your normal noise and the yeah,
Like
that.
this? La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Interesting.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
So what we just heard was exactly what audio's in that synthesis memory.
Yeah. Which is the voice. It's the voice.
Yeah, you're right. So that's why when we took it out, the noise was a little bit louder.
Then why can't
what
we...
if you
why
you just do XI? No synthesis.
Oops. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Okay,
it's
okay,
the
good.
same?
I think I know what this is. So what they did was XI is the original audio. Synthesis mem is reconstructed audio. So what they do is they take the original audio and where they detect noise, they take out the original audio and then they synthesize in the parts where they took out. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Without the noise. That's my guess. So
I see. Okay, Johnny, here's an idea. What if I take $5,000, go to the OBS repository, and open a account,
You're good. You got to put it on the website. What's it called? Agorio or something?
Right, I have to.
But hold on a second. So if what I just said is correct, then the parts that they took out, that's the noisy parts, and that's the parts we want.
Yeah.
So where's this synthesized mem get created from?
Okay, so you're saying so. But what I find weird is that they both seem to have the same thing in them.
No. I think they're inverses of each other.
Oh, well, no, when you say
Like,
inverses, you mean what's missing from one side is in the other
yes,
and vice versa, right? But we did hear
exactly.
both of them. No, you're right. Holy shit, you're right. We heard both of them together, like, well, one after the other, and they were both choppy. But maybe one was when I wasn't typing. The other one is the reconstructed version without the underlying click.
Yes.
And that's why they're choppy, because they're choppy to the same frequency to which I was typing, basically.
Well, the same timestamp. So all the
Yeah.
holes in X were the, yeah. That's my guess.
Right.
So anyway, the point is that they took X, which I think is the original audio, and they made holes in it where the noise was, and we need to find where those holes went and get those holes.
The problem, though, is that is not enough, because so for a clean result, we would want to be able to reconstruct the noise.
You need to run the denoiser on the.
I need to run the denoiser in an inverse way. Right. So where is the denoiser being run? Because we do get passing the denoiser state, but this has already happened. Our noise process frame. Where do we frame synthesis ST? So the candidates are computer frame features. Computer and no, I think it's computer frame features. It's the only one that deals with ST.
Okay. Frame analysis.
Frame analysis, pitch downsample, pitch search, remove doubling, apply window, forward transform, compute band energy, compute band correlation, features, log max, SEPs, DCT, spectral variability features. Holy shit. This one is... Okay, this one is tough. RNN move, RNN copy. Pitch down sample. Pitch search. Pitch index, max period minus peaks index. Last period, last gain. Yeah, this is setting ST.
Mm.
Although I think we need we're missing one thing though. Sepstral mem. What is it that we are dealing with on the other side? Like what part of ST are we looking at in here? Here we use synthesis mem. Okay, so synthesis mem. Frame synthesis. Wait, how comes? Wait, somebody has to touch that thing, right?
Could be in another file, right?
True. True, it could be in another file. You're right. Some of these other functions could be in another file. So we are looking at compute frame features, and we do give ST to frame analysis. Well, actually, that's pretty much it seems. So frame analysis, we're still in the same file though. We give analysis mem, but we don't really give the other one.
Synthesis mem.
Yeah.
What's this apply window thing everywhere? It's like everywhere.
Check init frame size. What? So for each sample in a frame, multiplies the sample by common dot half window, and then looks at x window size -1 minus I. So there's like another corresponding frame in a somewhat circular manner. What?
It's like it's going through the whole section and like forwards and backwards, multiplying everything.
Yeah, common dot half window. I think it's like rolling, like averaging it out or something.
Oh, I see. Window size is 2 times frame size. So a window might be 2 frames.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 2 times 120 shifted twice, and that's 120 shifted twice. Yes, correct.
Interesting. So it's probably saving the previous frame.
Comments are for weak people who don't know DST. Man, what can I say? Good job. Wish I understood how this stuff worked. Man.
Part of me thinks there's still something really clever we could do to make this work. Like, for example, is there a way to change the noise settings? Because you could run your audio through the noiser with one set of settings and then with a different set of settings and subtract the two to get the noise. If that makes sense.
As far as I know, OBS has no concept of subtracting. Sorry. As far as I know, OBS does not have a concept of like subtracting to.
No, we can subtract. Noises. I mean, like.
Yeah, but
does RNNoise?
Sorry.
Does RNNoise have multiple settings that you could change? There's still no guarantee that it'll.
No, RNNoise does not have any settings. Like in OBS, there is no setting to RNNoise. So the only setting is the one that I added. Is that like that checkbox? Huh.
I bet you synthesis mem is what the neural network generates. You'd have to retrain the network. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. RNN copy. But it happens afterwards. So this is the only moment we write to synthesis mem. After we've done this. I guess it's because it's a loopy thing. It's like a cyclical thing.
And it's copying X into synthesis mem. Huh?
Can we just write a small plugin that subtracts 2 tracks? I don't think we know what it means to subtract 2 tracks. I don't think you just run the 2 amplitudes and then subtract them and you get what you think you're supposed to get.
That is how it works. Like, as long as they're not like resampled, and that makes sense.
So you're telling me that if I have like I turn on a vacuum cleaner and I record it, and then I record another clip with the vacuum cleaner running and me speaking, and then I run a subtraction on the PCM values, I get back my voice? I don't think so.
No, but that's just because like it's 2 recordings which are sampled completely differently. But if you,
Right.
in order to mix 2 audio signals, you can just add them together. So if that's how you mix the 2 audio signals, you can just subtract, and then you get back the original.
Okay.
There might be like some other mixing algorithms though, like that prevent you from distorting. In fact, that's probably how there's probably more sophisticated mixing techniques than just adding, is the deeper point. But
Okay, so with this we are basically ORing these 2 things together. The left untouched and the reconstructed. The left untouched and the reconstructed. The left untouched has voice. The reconstructed has noise, but the value here is not the one that we want.
synthesis mem had noise, or X had noise? I forget.
Neither of these 2 things has noise. XI is the original, it's the untouched audio when it does not have noise. ST is the reconstructed audio without the noise.
So can we figure out how they stripped the noise out of X? Because obviously synthesize is the output of the neural network.
I think X never had any noise in the first place. That's why it's left untouched.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking though, is how did they make X?
Right, because you're saying X is... Right, it's without the noise. Good point.
Yeah, they stripped out.
Yeah, where did they strip the stuff out?
Right.
So they do whatever this thing off of Y. What's Y? Y is this the third argument to frame synthesis. It's the third argument to... is... Well, it's your boy X. It's your boy X.
Oh, is that the frequency band?
It's your boy X. Yes. So it means that GF is flipping to 0. X is flipping to 0 some of these things. They don't do it in one place. This is a hybrid noise suppressor. Yeah, by the way...
Here's what we do.
Yeah.
We flip
by the way,
GF.
Viragi seems somebody who really knows about this stuff. So I think we should... Yeah.
Trust what they say.
Yeah, I think we should trust this comment. So yeah.
Here's one thing we can try. We can flip GF and not add synthesis mem.
When you say Philip Jeff, you mean how you did it earlier?
We invert it, yeah. We invert it how we did earlier, but then we don't add synthesis mem. Oh, 1 minus Jeff, is that the same thing? It might be.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Beautiful.
La 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 la. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. Man.
I'm suspicious of that, but I want to add back in synthesis mem and make sure.
Okay, what if instead since it's multiplicative, the inverse shouldn't be negation. I think the inverse should be like 1 over this or something along those lines. You don't think so? There's a risk of having this be 0, so
Okay, so like 0.5 should turn into 2, right?
well, my idea is 1 is steady state. 1 is stay as you were. Noise gets go towards 0.
Right. Actually, wait, you might be right.
So
Hold on, you just need to change that star equals to divide equals.
Or alternatively, or I don't know, similarly or whatever, maybe another one is anything that gets a multiplier lower than 1, which means that the thing is trying to turn it down, we leave it as is. Anything that is at 1 or bigger goes towards 0. By how much? That's clearly a complicated question. But yeah, because it is not negation. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we get from that. Still gonna be bored,
Yeah.
but
I think your inverse is more correct than mine.
la 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 la. Yeah, I think we killed it.
We might have nanned it up, like, because there could have been some zeros in there. Nan poisoned. Might need to have like a if it's 0.
Yeah.
Special case or something. If it's 0, then we need to make it really loud.
Well, we actually want to make it, to leave it as it was originally, actually. We don't even want to make it real loud. Actually, you know what? Wait.
Yeah, just don't do anything if it's 0.
We actually, not only if it's 0, but why are you turning down the original volume? What is the reason for you to turn down the original volume? It's because you think it's noise. So here's what I'm gonna do. If it's lower than 1, then it's 1. Else,
yeah, and if it's 1, it's just you do nothing. So you don't need to set GF to
well, maybe I want to put it to 0 because it's voice. Let's try.
Okay, well, you got some weird stuff going on there. You got like a GF of 1 instead of I.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
And also, I don't know if you should be setting GF, but
that is a fair point. That might also be a problem, but I mean, they are modifying it. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go.
Maybe it's fun. Okay, whatever.
There's no way this is not gonna work. How is so simple? It's not like these things are like all interconnected over time. It's like, just look at the frame, mess up the volume, everything's gonna work out.
I think your divide equals was right. I think
la la
was wrong.
La 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 la. Uh-oh. Wait, why am I dividing?
Now you're dividing by 0. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So now we're just taking out all the parts that it was boosting.
Bro, why is it so hard this time? Oops. No, this is, I should not have done this. Just exit, force quit. Why is it indexing processing files? Oh, it's not building. Okay, build succeeded. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Is it on?
Yeah, and I think it's bumping up the noise.
Yeah, I think it is. Can we print those values? I'm curious what
La 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 la.
The GF values.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Wait. Wait. With the filter, we had all the keystrokes. So that is 50% of a win.
Yeah, I think this is like part of the noise filter, like we can fix.
Yeah, but it's like if having the filter on is like not having the filter, then yeah, we did make some progress, just not a particularly good type of progress. Because we need to also remove the voice, which is, yeah, more complicated. But, sorry, what were you saying? To print these values.
Oh, I wanted to print the GF values and see what they actually are.
Mm-hmm. Like the original ones.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we, I don't know, like, write them to a file?
Sure. Yeah.
How do you suggest we do this?
Call fopen.
Okay, we can. I think there's a for loop somewhere. We don't need to do this in a for loop, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, I would do it before the for loop, and then inside the for loop we can print them.
Do you think it's fine to print them in the for loop? Oh yeah, because it's buffered, right, by default, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
okay.
File, all capital, file, star, FP, or all capital file. Yeah. Star FP equals fopen, and then like /tmp/gf.text or something. And then comma space quote W, I think that's how you do it. And then inside the for loop, do a fprintf, fp space quote %. Are these floats or?
Yeah, these are floats. Well, actually, no. I'll double check. What are those floats? Yeah. Wait, actually, float. Yeah, they're 32-bit, right? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And GFI, and maybe put a new line in there too.
Oh, okay.
And then an fclose at the end, and we'll also want to do an append.
This is gonna be called in a loop. Yeah. Isn't it like W plus? Is that also a thing in C? To append?
Yeah, you want an A actually instead of a W.
Oh, A. Okay.
Yeah, and then write like some dashes so we can see.
Yeah.
We're at the start or whatever.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
And then an fclose.
Do we really open the file every time this is invoked? This is invoked a bunch of times. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. No big deal.
La 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 la. What was it? RNNoise? I already.
GF.txt.
Oh, GF, right.
Okay. So they're all less than 1. We should have 480 of them, I think. Oh, and then it gets all the high frequencies are gone.
They are all less than 1. Yes.
So what had you done? You had set everything less than 1 to 0, right?
I deleted all my side effects. My side effects are not in this output file. I deleted all of them. This is the original.
I'm trying to remember what they were though. You were.
Yeah, I was thinking that since multiplicatively speaking, 1 is the one is like live untouched. Then that's what I expected these values to be. Also because it is initialized all to 1s.
Oh, so so Dertruthful said if it was less than 1, you changed it to 1. So you just basically took out this frequency band, is what you'd had done. But what you can do is, I think you need to, in order to invert this.
Well, look at this though. We do have some 0.9.
Oh.
we do get close. You know what? The previous frame was probably a frame with noise.
It looks like they're all less than 1, so you can just do 1 minus.
There's no one. Let me try again. What's beginning of sentence?
Yeah, caret.
There's no one.
Yeah. Just you can put in an if too. If it's greater than 1, abort.
Okay, what were you suggesting? 1 minus.
Just 1 minus. That'll invert all the...
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
You want me to send that file over?
The so I could make a graphic or something.
I don't know, in case you're interested.
Sure.
Let's build this.
Ooh. Wow. Now, okay. You know you hear those high clickety clackities?
Yeah.
The high, we can get rid of that. If it's 0, keep it at 0. Because those are all the high frequencies.
Turns out it was that easy. Holy shit.
You could do like do nothing, and if it's otherwise you 1 minus it.
Should we do a threshold thing, or
oh, you could. I would make a variable here too. I would.
somebody was saying somebody was suggesting like an epsilon earlier. Vezim, der Teufel, x2. One of you guys was suggesting like an epsilon used in the Z project -6. Okay.
Oh yeah, 1 e -6.
Well, you know what? Wait.
What I might do is make a new variable like
that's
for
one
multiplier.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I forget.
Yeah.
Float x equals gfi.
Okay.
And if it's greater than that, then x equals 1 minus x.
Yeah. There we go.
Man, this is beautiful. Oh no, there's a no from the Teufel. What's wrong there, Teufel? Where are you ruining our fun? X is a
Oh,
variable
X is
that
a
exists.
variable that
Oh
exists?
shit.
Wait, why did it compile? Oh, because see, it's shadowing. Still probably fine, but
Yeah.
oh, it's an array too. Oh my god, that's it. That's it
We
right
did it.
there.
Yeah, we did it.
Holy
La la
shit, we
la
did
la
it.
la la la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Holy crap.
La 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 la. The keyboard noise, it's a little bit distorted though. That is unfortunate.
I don't know if I could really tell though.
So here's what's happening. Did you remember that when we toggled that off originally, the keyboard was, you're getting massive gain in the lower than 100 hertz range. The Raggy, please bless us with a suggestion on how to make this work. The one thing that I recognize is that this, but so first of all, one sec, I was right all along. I said this is the place. This is the place where I don't knowing nothing, but anyway, this type of distortion that we're getting on the key presses was the same that we got when we toggled this off. So whatever this thing was originally doing to those frequencies, it was good for them in a sense. Like the original code was fixing them. Using YOLO fix is a high pass filter on the keyboard. The problem is that you've not corrected feature detection, so your gains are computed based on the wrong energy estimation. Fuck. We did see... Yeah, we did see energy stuff elsewhere. Compute
I have no
bond
idea what he's
energy.
saying right now.
Here's how it works.
Vessa asks if we've still commented out the synthesize mem array. Did we?
I think so, yes. It is commented out. But I think that is okay.
Because we don't want the synthesis audio, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think either. I don't think we want that. Oh, never mind. It is not commented out. We still have it.
Interesting.
Well, I don't know. Let's comment it out and let's see what happens. I think we're doing a bunch of useless work at this point, but anyway. La 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 la. La 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 la. The fuck? La 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 la. Okay.
Yeah. Huh. So
okay.
Yeah.
We need it. It's good. Turns out we actually like it. Good job, synthesis. Man. Good synthesis.
We have no idea how this stuff is working, is my conclusion from this.
Oh this is not just an explanation on how it works in general. This is an explanation on how precisely this thing works. Yo, okay, it's all about the data, pitch filtering from Python to C. Show me the samples. Try it on your voice. Donate your noise to science. We're from here. The code. Timberlane. Okay. Wait, this is Mozilla work? Wait. Where's what? Wait, what? Why is there a Mozilla logo everywhere in here? Documentation work is sponsored by Mozilla Emerging Technologies. Okay, so that's like a Mozilla grant or something. Okay. Whew. Noisy signal. Voice activity detection. When to adapt. Noise spectral elimination. What to subtract. Spectral subtraction. Or you just plop in a 1 minus somewhere. Spectral subtraction. Well, this is not just documentation. This is like there's an actual paper here involved, so it's like
yeah. Okay, here's my theory. They turned the noise suppression into an FFT frequency multiplier for every frame. So that frequency multiplier changes every single frame.
Yes.
That's my theory. Okay.
And it probably has somehow the property of not going up and down in janky ways that completely break your waves, but instead they gently go row your frequency gently down the stream.
Yeah, that's what apply window does. It smooths it all out. Okay, so we did it, basically.
I think, yeah, we did it. It's not quite production ready, though, because I think that the point of like energy estimation, even though I don't exactly know what it is, that was exactly it. Like, it was fixing things originally. Even originally when
Well, he says to use a high pass filter. We can do that manually in that loop. We just set all the lower frequencies to 0.
I can do that also like this.
Oh, I see.
I can add another filter. And like I can... Okay, wait. This is the broken version. Exit. No. Build Xcode. Build. Honestly, I think at this point I might be actually interested in reading the paper and eventually come up with, to see if I eventually can grok it. Are we good now? Yeah, okay. So filters. 3-band equalizer. What were you saying? The fix is a high pass filter, so there would be... Wait, high pass filter means...
You take out all the lows.
You take out all the lows, right? So you do something like this.
Oh, I just turned up my headphones and now I can hear what he's talking about with the... It's like warbling in the lower frequencies.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oh yeah, I hear it. It's like a...
It's not quite good. Like, the point of this exercise is that you enjoy the ASMR experience, right? From the typing. And if the reverse noise voice filter messes with them, then...
Well, here's the other thing is we took out all of the high frequencies. We may want to add some of them back in. It's like, describe to me what sounds wrong off to you. about it.
Can you not hear the difference? Okay, I'll take the equalizer off. Okay.
So I heard these weirdly weird warbles at
Yeah.
the lower, like wind inside of a microphone.
Listen now without the suppression.
Okay.
La 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 la. La 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 la. Now it's
Okay,
on.
so it's like your hands on the desk or something
La
that's
la
causing
la
that
la la
noise.
la la. La 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 la. For me, it's not just the fact that it's more rumbly, but it's also the sound is distorted. Also, I think the mid frequencies are also okay. Also, the rest of the sound signature is off, not just because it has extra bass.
Yeah, I think like if you play around with the high frequencies, maybe that'll fix it. Although I'm not sure exactly what you're hearing that's off.
You know what? Let me share the file with you. Maybe if you
Okay.
listen to it locally, you can tell more easily. Although you don't
Maybe.
have the word field there, though. But one sec. Okay, I'm sending you the file.
Okay. Playing it. Okay. Yeah, I think I'd need to hear the filtered version too, I guess.
Oh, yeah. As Vezin was saying, yeah, I can record this one. Okay. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Okay. Movies. Okay, let me not leak my private conversations with Johnny. We say a lot of. No, we actually don't, but. I already forgot where the recording was placed. Yeah, movies. What a movie. Because on Mac you don't have like videos, you have movies. Every crappy thing that you make, it's a movie. Well, I guess he's a Mac user. Okay.
That's weird. I don't hear anything.
Wait. I recorded two normal ones, two different ones.
Yeah, it's got nothing.
Wait.
You play the video on your end. Let's see.
Oh shit. Oh shit, that's on me. That's on me. Sorry, that's on me. That is on me. Okay, I'll do one and one. More easy. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Okay, this one is good.
Okay. Oh. we still hear your voice in it. Like it's quiet, but okay. Remind me again what exactly this is for. Are you going to be playing it at the same time as your actual voice?
Yes. So what I
Okay.
would want, it's a second microphone that should not have any of my voice in it, ideally.
Okay, so running the inverse RNNoise, and its purpose is to just pick up the noise,
Yeah,
and then you mix that in with the normal.
exactly.
Okay.
And I already have I have most of that via ducking, because I have the main microphone with noise removal that only activates when it hears voice, or past the noise filtering, it only turns on in OBS when I speak. So the ducking process means that when this is on, the other microphone has its volume turned all the way down to 0. Well, you can choose how much to duck the audio source. It's normally ducking is used for example, a situation where you have maybe background music and you want to automatically turn it down a little bit whenever you're speaking. So the music stays up to a level normally, then you say something and it goes down a little bit so that it doesn't overpower your voice. In my case, I configure it to go all the way down to 0. So whenever I speak, the other microphone is absolutely to 0. The problem is in the beginning. When I'm silent and I start speaking, both microphones pick up the signal kind of at the same time. And so that means that the second one, like the keyboard microphone, starts playing my voice a little bit. You can actually hear it now, like well, not right now in Discord as we're doing it now. Actually, I think I'm sorry. Right now you're in Discord, you hear me from both microphones. You're hearing me from both microphones at this point. Like, do you hear this? Do you hear me like
No.
No, you don't hear me. Oh wait, because I have noise suppression, I think. Okay, I turned off noise suppression.
Oh, that sounds way different. Yeah, I hear it now.
Yeah, so now you're hearing me you're hearing everything from both microphones. But in OBS, I'm able to split them apart into two separate sources, basically.
And so you want to apply the inverted noise filter on the keyboard one.
Good night, Visim. Yes, exactly. By applying the inverse filter, I think I would still keep the ducking, but by applying the inverse filter, I would entirely remove voice from the second source. By the way, let me.
But you're concerned like it doesn't sound as good.
Yeah. Well, if it ruins my keystrokes, then yes, it is a problem. Truth be told, there is an alternative, like a more low-tech alternative, which is I don't have a filter for it right away, but I think it can be. I think there is one out there probably, or like it's easier to make, which is basically to have the source have its volume set low, and as it picks up, like as it has like as it gains amplitude, then the volume goes up slowly, so that basically whenever it starts making noise, it's always with a low volume that grows over time, and that's fine. So that way you cut off the initial part where both microphones are playing outputting the same voice.
So the keyboard one would come in gradually, or the
Yes, the keyboard one. The keyboard one would come in gradually, and that would basically cut off the initial phase where if it's voice that's activating it, it cuts off. Like it basically allows the ducking to kick in.
Well, here's what you do: is you apply the inverse RN noise filter at the beginning, and then you fade out the RN noise filter.
Yeah, that also. Yeah, that also would work, I guess. Yeah. Oh man. Or it would be nice if the noise filter was actually. Man, we got so close, right? I mean, if you want to have a positive read of what the Raggy was saying, we just need to fix energy estimation or something.
Let me read what he said again. The problem is that you've not corrected feature detection, so your gains are computed based on the wrong energy estimation. Right. I know exactly what he's saying.
Yeah.
I still don't. Okay, I still want you to describe to me what is wrong with it.
The sound signature is wrong. So you cannot hear it.
Okay, let me give it one more listen.
Okay.
Okay, that's with it on. Oh no, the old one's not playing. Okay. I mean, sound is weird, and I can't say for sure whether or not it's messed up. I mean, it sounds different, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Okay. It is. Yeah, that's what matters. It is different. From my perspective, it's a little bit worse than the original. Could it work? I mean, I think kinda yes. But part of the ASMR experience is to really enjoy the button presses. The
Well,
actual.
okay.
One
Here's
sec.
what.
Wait, 1 sec.
Yeah. Wait, are you gonna do some ASMR right now?
I, I'm just making a point. I am just making a point. Uh, I'll leave it at that. Wait, okay. Huh?
Okay, here's what you need to do. You need to do that with the filter on.
Yeah, but it's not gonna sound like this. Like when I do, if I put the filter on, then this sound is gonna get ruined by the filter.
But yeah, that's what I want to hear though. Is does it actually get ruined?
Maybe delay the keyboard microphone by like 30 milliseconds. I don't think this will have an effect on the docking. You might be right. You know what? I did not try this, and I can add a delay to it. So let me try. So by the way, so I'm doing this off stream, but this is the setting that I will be using on my OBS. It's this.
And to fix this, Loris,
Sync offset.
you need to add some of the higher frequencies back in, I think. Because we took out all the high frequencies.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me try with the delay. Okay, if giving it a 100 millisecond delay. Test. I still see, so you guys cannot see it, but in the audio mixer, I still see the Octava microphone, the keyboard microphone turn on when I start talking. The ducking, I don't know. You know what? I'll add even more delay, but I think that the problem is that the delay basically just shifts forward whatever was already pre-computed. Like I think even if I had a 500, oh, by the way, sorry. I think this might also cause some weird issue, like some weird artifacts for the people watching. So I'm gonna briefly try an even bigger delay, and then we see what happens. Test. Actually, let me hear myself as well. Test. It's horrible. Yeah, I did think about yeah. I did think about it in the beginning, but I think I discarded it because that's how it works in OBS. I looked at the code a little bit more now for you. You might have some more success just like adjusting the 22 bands coming out of the RNN, the G variable in RNNoise process frame. Before it goes into the pitch filter interpolation, the non-RN feature estimation would require much more work. Thank you. Thank you. You're saying to touch G. Touch G. So what do you suggest we do to G then? 22 bands.
Where is it initialized?
Well, I'm guessing it's set, oh god, by, well, I'm guessing it's set here when computer RNN. So put your inversion right after computer RNN. So you're suggesting that we, okay, I need just a little bit more help. So are you suggesting that this transformation that we're applying to each element of GF, the same one, we apply to G instead? Do we modify GI? Okay, we modify G in place. You know what?
Okay.
Let's go. So here's what I'm
Just
gonna
comment
do.
out your two ifs there.
Right. So select all three, yank, comment out. No, you know, do I need X? Well, actually, do I do this? I do this before the rest of what's in this for loop, not right, not after. So GI. Well, actually, wait a second. So, wait, somehow I feel like this can be simplified. It's like if GI is greater than, then GI. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. GI equals X. No matter what. Okay. Well, let's see what happens. Oh, sorry. La 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 la.
Oh, interesting.
La 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 la. There's still a little bit of, so this is removing still a lot of the voice, a little bit less than before. Like it's slightly different.
Above the pitch filter.
Above the pitch filter. Okay, so I need another for loop then above the pitch filter. Okay. Don't do the alpha stuff. Okay, so basically, okay, the idea was moving this for loop above. That's what you're saying. So don't do the alpha stuff. Okay. Yes, this is it. Holy shit, this is it. This is it. This is it. Raggy, do you have a GitHub sponsors? Answer this now. Do you have a GitHub sponsors? If you do have one, please link it. I'm not joking. Like, if you do have one, do actually link it, please. That's it.
The Roggy has 1 follower on Twitch.
I just do work.
Everybody go follow Tharagi.
Holy shit. Yes. Okay, Johnny. Johnny, I think the real giveaway, not giveaway, sorry. The real, well, the real thing that we have learned today is that you need to replace your gamer headphones with a pair of actual decent headphones so that you can tell a difference between so that you can tell if you programmed your DST stuff correctly or not.
You're probably right, you know, because when I play Phasmophobia, I feel like I don't know where the ghost is, and I need better headphones.
This is it. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, and like, even though the noise, like, sorry, the voice removal isn't absolutely perfect, it doesn't matter all that much, I think. Like, even if there's a little bit of a shadow, it's like, okay.
Just as long as it's quiet.
Yeah, it would be better if it wasn't there, but it needs not to mess up the the key presses. Holy
as long
shit.
As it's synced with your voice, it like.
What an adventure. What a fucking adventure, man. So we fought against C. The OBS plugin API. Didn't find much. It was actually decent. We fought against CMake. What a scourge. Complete scourge. And then we fought against, I don't know, laws of physics or something. That was nice. Thank you. github.com/strategy.
Yeah, I've got him pulled up. He's on a boat in his profile picture. You've got a sailor here, it looks like.
Nice. You know what? Follow. Wait. Tailscale? Wait, do you work at Tailscale? Oh.
Tailscale.
Do you guys still need a new malloc for statically build SQLite?
I feel like I've seen that name at my work, Tailscale.
We had a call about this a while ago by now. I guess if you still need this stuff, maybe I should reach back once more, because I think that we are now in a position where we have the capacity for this stuff. We're just a company with GCC. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be clear, the original discussion was also there were money involved. So, but I'm gonna put a good word with Andrew. Holy shit. Yeah, exactly. That's the discussion that we had. Wow. What a day.
How long have you been streaming?
Honestly, what I really want is your Mac API libs in a standalone repo. Wait, you mean the libs that according to the license we should not be bundling somewhere? Oh no, wait. Oh yeah, those. Okay. So if you're talking about talking about like actual frameworks, obviously we're not doing this, but I know there is a repo out there that has those. I don't know if it's the car company or if it's somebody else, but there's somebody who is like being more aggressive with this stuff, and like I just don't remember. I can search it though. I can search for it. Super fuzzy, yeah. Yeah. Man. Well, thank you so much for your help. And we clearly know nothing. We were just messing around. And your help was critical. Like not only yours, I think there were like quite a few superheroes tonight. Like I would have died with CMake. Like there's no way, would not survive with CMake. So thank you, Johnny. Thank you, everybody else who helped, Vezim especially. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Tire Beaver. You were cheerleading us real hard.
Critical.
Yeah, critical. Absolutely. uh,
That was fun though.
yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
You can, okay, this is a statement, this is a comment not for Johnny, this is for everybody else, but man, you actually do unlock a lot of fun stuff once you are in a position where you feel like you can fight back against C and C++. If you're just a victim, there's so much stuff that it's locked away from you, and you can't do anything with it. But once you get there, holy shit, yeah, let's hack on OBS and add a plugin and add a switch for it. And okay, then you stumble upon the DST stuff, and that's more complicated.
Yeah, Loris, I could feel and see your PTSD. Like when we were getting into that CMake stuff, you were like trying to get away from it, and
Yeah.
I'm just like, Loris, we're almost there. Like I saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and you were trying to pivot, and I'm like, no, Loris, we can finish.
Because I only feel the pain. For me, there was no light. I was like a blind man.
You were like right at the end too.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
yeah, CMake turned me into a mole man.
yeah.
Man, and yeah, that was real fun. We had also fun with Orca the other day, so that was fun too.
That sounds like a fun project. That's cool.
We need a build of OBS that has no CMake. Like you know what? Lobbying for having the OBS project just ditch CMake would be so good. The problem is that we would need to bundle their dependencies as a starting point. You know what?
Yeah, that's what I've been doing with a bunch of stuff. I've been going to projects and adding build.zig files, and it makes it incredible, like to be able to build with everything.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to be a little bit more aggressive with that. Like obviously the idea of like rewrite it in Zig, that's cringe. But add a build a Zig file, dude, it's like please. You're already inflicting CMake on me, so that's a way to make up for that.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem right now with that is Zig versions. So we had a lot of breaking changes in build.zig on the last version. But moving forward, hopefully there won't be as many changes.
When I did the Orca stuff yesterday with Andrew, with the build.zig stuff, I think the build system clicked for me yesterday. And of all things, the one thing that really helped me really appreciate, not just understand, but like appreciate why it's good, was the lazy path stuff.
Oh, because you could like generate paths and it's all set up to like...
Yeah, so basically they had like a bunch of Python scripts that basically were doing what normally Make does. But yes, some processes require, like some tasks require like a couple of processes. So like you run this first thing that produces this artifact. And then there's the second step that depends on the first artifact to produce the final artifact. And their solution was to put also some of those intermediates in the output folder so that you put them in the output folder, and then the next step picks it up from there. But with the Z build system, you don't do that. You just create like a subcommand, mark correctly input files, output files, and then if another step depends on those output files, you pass in the output file variable, which is a lazy path. So it's not a specific place on the hard drive. You will find out once you build it. Like the program will figure out what the path is once you build it, because in the cache system, in the Z compiler, the file gets placed inside a directory that has like the hash. So it's like somewhere there's like hash of the file and then the file itself.
Yeah, it forces you to specify the dependency, or else it won't be there.
Yeah, but it's fully transparent to you. Like it just works. You drop in the lazy path. So that was like a key moment for me. Now I like the build system. Now I really like the build system.
The build system's like, it's really nice. It's like, yeah. Andrew does everything right that you need to be able to do right in a build system. And there's other build systems that do stuff like that too, but they're just like, it's like Meson. Yeah. Meson does a pretty good job, but
yeah, maybe I can actually show this. Do you have a lazy dependency list as well? I'm not sure how to answer that question. How lazy do you want it to be? Like, you can construct it programmatically. You don't have to hard code it right away. And you know what? I'll show you. Let me bring up some code. This new window.
Lazy dependency list. I'm not sure what he means by that. If I had to hit an external build system and it generates an unknowable list of files.
I think the answer is that you would have to do that. So okay, I have an answer now for you. And by the way, maybe like if it's a maybe not obvious, but like a relevant enough use case, maybe this stuff can be also implemented in the future. But talking about what is there today, so I'll show you the point where the stuff that I was mentioning happened. So as we were compiling shaders, we need to run a system command. So we need to run xcrun to compile the shaders. I don't think we can compile shaders with Zig right now. So we're using the external executable to compile them. And the idea is you plop in, so you create the system command, you plop in all the strings that make up for, like, let's say the static strings, like the basic ones. And then this -o specifies the output file, which then we append with this other function, add output file argument, that adds it at the end after the -o, but also registers it in the build system so that then the caching stuff can work. So this is a file that corresponds to this output file argument, and this is a lazy path. So whenever something, and then we add another input argument. So by the way, Deragi, this adds an input argument, and this is also a lazy path. So in our case, we hard code the path because we know it's always this one. But all of these are lazy paths as well. So this is 50% of your answer. In any case, I'm going forward with the original example that I wanted to show. So then there's another call that you need to, so I don't know exactly how the shaders work, but you have this air thing that then, you have a metal thing that then produces an air thing, and then you use the air thing to produce a metal lib thing. So this second output depends on this guy, and you can pass it in directly. That's why it's a lazy path. So you defining this as an output from this command, it immediately means that you can pass it in as an input to another command afterwards. And then automatically makes the caching system kick in, the dependency, for parallelism. By the way, Deragi, if you're not aware, Like maybe if you've seen the build system in the past, like if you haven't checked in on the ZigBee system recently, we have now parallelism. So everything that isn't dependent on anything, well, you know how it works, right? No dependencies, things go in parallel, and it's really cool. You can also specify how much memory each task can use at most, like its maximum RSS, and that way the build system knows how much it can schedule without reaching the point where you get killed by the killer.
I'm not sure I've ever seen another build system do that before.
Yeah, so that's also cool. And okay, so this is the example that I wanted to show. So, but as you can see, file input arguments are also lazy paths. So this means two things. One, that as a starting point, whatever tool you need to invoke that is going to give you a list of files, if it's something that you can invoke at how can I say, build graph compile time, because this is all, by the way, this is all normal Z code, but this is all declarative. Like this is all, like when you run these commands, you're not actually making the thing happen. You're basically applying side effects to a build graph. So you build up the build graph. That's like one compilation that happens, and then there's like a build runner that takes the build graph and actually runs it. So in the build run, in the graph composition phase, you can, since it's a Z code, you can do whatever you want, and you could invoke this external bit system to get this list of files if you want, if it makes sense. That said, since these specific lazy paths, these are resolved not while building the graph. These are resolved as the graph is run, because we only know which directory this file ends up in once we have the file built and we have hashed it. Until we do that, we don't know where this is going to be. So yes, there is laziness that permeates down to the final step where the graph is run. Whether this allows you to dynamically add dependencies here, I am not sure. So I cannot guarantee you that the API today supports this, but I think the basic infrastructure is there. So like lazy paths are lazy enough to support this. But I'm not sure if there's something that allows you to add on like an arbitrary amount of those as the result of running a program.
Yeah, I mean, you could add a custom step, like, for example, that iterated over a directory and like added all the files or something.
Output file arg, add dep file output arg.
Oh, so that would be like a .deps file that has a list of files in it.
Yeah. Maybe this is the way to go.
Could be, yeah.
That actually makes sense. Okay. So, yep.
I think it's my bedtime, and isn't it like your
I think it's my bedtime as well.
Wake up time, Loris?
I'm not. I identify as North American. Well, yeah. I think this is it for me. What a freaking adventure. Holy shit, that was a lot of fun. So thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you especially the Raggy. By the way, I'm sure I'm butchering your name, but that's just how it is.
Maybe it's the Raggy.
The Raggy.
Huh.
So yeah, thank you everyone. Wish you all a good night.